解説を一緒にしてよミムなストリームでね何を待ってるのハサン町今日は何するの橋のを開けてみなキャンバでオールインね何を待ってるのハサン町前は政治のために来たけど下のは串おいライブ中
おうなんて大きくてセクシーな男なんだハサン
ハサン町
What's going on, everybody?
なんて素晴らしいんでしょう
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world.
ペッカ
I'm Hasan Piker. And this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's a beautiful day today here in sunny Los Angeles, California. It's 65 degrees. It says it's mostly cloudy on my application, but I think it's wrong. It's not mostly cloudy. It's been a sunny morning so far, and I'm feeling pretty good. Obviously, it's not a great day if you're a woman. Fellas. Not a really great day if you are a woman in the United States of America, especially a woman living in a red state, especially if you're a woman living in a red state, and you do not have a lot of access to reproductive health services to begin with. It's just not great overall. America is a fuck nation, okay? America is a fuckboy nation, and it's a fuck nation. Obviously, we're going to talk about that a lot, but before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast for all the parasocialists. Okay, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Not a good day for guys either. Child support, ... Yeah, we'll find a way to avoid that. Let's be real, fellas. Am I right? Okay. Am I feeling better, Chief? I'm feeling incredible this morning. Part of the reason why is because I tested negative for COVID, but I'm going to do it again on stream just to be sure, you know what I mean? Because that in and of itself is not enough. One test itself is not going to be enough, I don't think. I mean, could be a fluke, could not be a fluke. We'll see what the fuck happens. But anyway, listen, regardless, this is a big day for the news, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to start early. Obviously, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to cover with respect to what is going on with abortion rights in this country. So, without further ado, before I even get into all of that, Big Daddy Jinx, thank you for the 5 the subs. There's so much to talk about. There's so much to talk about with respect to this. This is a long time coming. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys the short and sweet of it, I guess. And I'm gonna talk about the history of it, why it's happening, and what the underlying reasons for why it might happen. But before we get started with that, it's fucking Tuesday. That's right. Beautiful day today because it's a Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday, bruv. Moon Sanam, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It's Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. That's right, 10:48 a.m. I'm of course early. I'm early, simple as. It's Tuesday and I'm fucking early, bruv. Simple fucking as. That's right. Devil Spawn, Mitch McConnell tweets out against a breach of Supreme Court. Yeah, I know. We're gonna look at all of that. Do not fucking worry about that. Because a big part of what the Republicans do very well is like redirect people's attention to something completely stupid and manufacture outrage, even though it is like completely fucking stupid. You know what I mean? But it's very effective because they have the capacity to get like all of their broadcasts to pump out the same exact message all the way down to like independent content creators. So that's precisely what the fuck they're doing at the moment, and they're doing a very good job. Also today, I believe Amber Heard is going to be testifying on the 13th day of the defamation trial happening. So that's a big deal as well. So, I'm going to give a little some to the boys and I'm gonna give us a little something to the ladies. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna talk. We're gonna do the Amber Heard trial for the boys, and then we're gonna do the abortion rights for the ladies. Cause you know I'm even-handed. Okay, I call balls and strikes, baby. That's what I do. But before we do all of that, for the MBs, you get all of it. You know what I mean? MBs are like the bisexuals in this situation. You get hit on both ends, and you get fucking and you receive on both ends. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. And what I mean by that is that, like, you know, you pick and choose on your own. If you wanna be like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm on the Amber Heard side. It's like you're on my side. You know what I mean? That's where the MBs are at. Like the bisexuals. Exactly. MBs are exactly like le bisexual. Now, before we get to all of that, obviously, you know, first we're gonna talk about the abortion rights and women's rights, and then we're gonna talk about Amber Heard women's wrongs. Okay, so it's an even-handed stream. You know what I'm saying? But before I do all of that, I have to test myself once again. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Gonna need to fucking you know, make sure that your boy is actually fucking no longer pause. You know what I'm saying? No longer Covey Posey, right? That's fucking something I need to figure out. Did Covey make you lose any weight? Fuck no, dude. You know what I did last night? I fucking stress ate. Last night, instead of having dinner, I had 3 cookies, dude. I don't know, actually. Maybe COVID will make me lose weight, but ultimately, what I'm losing is muscle, because I did some push-ups earlier today. In the morning, like I did some cat cows, some push-ups. You know, like got the body moving a little bit, and I was like, ugh, I'm gassed. I would say I'm at like fucking, you know, 45 to like 60% capacity at this moment for working out, at least. Okay, this one's a new one. This is... Okay, we just fucking go in the nose. Brush this shit up. Okay, get in there. That ass. Okay. At this point, I'm like literally a fucking pro. Okay, get deeper. Oh, okay. Tap the tube, bob on the tube, and then take it off. Okay. Stir. Squeeze the sides and stir. I can't imagine doing that by yourself. I'm a fucking pro now. Literally just a fucking pro, yeah. Getting that kavussy, baby. Okay, squeeze the fuck out of that. Okay, put that in. Close it up. Okay, close it up. Hold up. Okay. It. 3 drops of the sample. All right, 3 fucking drops of the sample. Let's see how this goes, boys, girls, MBs. Okay. Now you already know. If the C lights up but the T doesn't, that means we're fucking COVID free. Okay. Also, I want to have Jessica Cisneros on the broadcast. She's running in Texas against Henry Cuellar, the most conservative Democrat in the country, only remaining anti-choice Democrat. Of course, Henry Cuellar is being defended by establishment Democrats. Look at this. Hold on. Chat, I got to show you something sick, by the way. Look at this. Pretty poggers. Pretty poggers. Oh, what is that? Oh, I'm sorry. What is that? What is that? Oh, what? Oh, what is that? Is that the C bar lighting up, but not the T bar? I'm sorry, what does that mean? Oh, does that mean that the control bar is lighting up, but not the test bar? As in, maybe I'm not pregnant. Now, I have to wait 15 minutes for this, so we'll get back to it. But before, in the past, every single time, why am I talking on this camera? Before, in the past, every single time that I actually did this, shit would light the fuck up. So we'll wait, but like the T bar would literally fucking light up immediately. Like it was even harder than the control bar. This is the first. This morning when I started this, Hasan, you're wrong. C means COVID. T means the baby. Wait, what? Does that mean I'm no longer pregnant, but I have COVID? I have a COVID baby? C means COVID. T means the baby. The baby? Mpreg. No longer Mpreg, it seems like. Okay, so anyway, let's fucking start. Let's blast the fuck off. You know what I mean? I ain't seeing any movement on that fucking T-bar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not seeing any movement on that T-bar. It's getting me fucking excited, dude. It's getting me freaking excited, fam. It's getting me freaking hyped up, family. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get started. I'm gonna fucking tweet out. The Macius, thank you for the playlist. A small playlist. Obviously, we're gonna get fucking popping off with the SCOTUS decision. That's a lot. There's a lot to talk about there. I don't think people fully understand the implications of this. There is additional scrutiny. Does anyone have that old tweet of mine that I tweeted about, like how the originalist, like the literalist interpretation of the Constitution is just a reactionary ideology? It's just intellectual patina slathered on reactionary ideology. Does anyone remember that? I wanna fucking retweet my old tweet just to. This shit's not moving, dude. There's no movement, brother. There is no movement on this. I'm just letting you know. There is no fucking movement on this shit. No T-bar. No T-bar. No T-bar. Anyway, fuck the SCOTUS. Went live early. COVID test. Possible COVID test. No. Talking. Laws. Talking abortion laws in the U.S. Amber Heard testimony. Does anyone have a fucking image for me to blast off with? Just curious, compared to other sicknesses you've had, how does COVID compare? It's really bad. It's really weird. It's like, I found this, but did you delete the original tweet? Wait, did I delete this? I will never believe textualism is a serious concept outside of conservatives trying to coat reactionary politics with an intellectual patina. Did I delete this? That tweet not available? I wonder why I deleted that. I mean, I've said it so many fucking times, so. Call me a loser, okay, but are you planning on covering Nina in the primaries tonight and other primaries tonight? You know, you're not a loser. Bulking pro tip. A Supreme Court justice is roughly 126,000 calories. What are you going to eat one of them? They're so much better. Photo for blast off. No, I don't want to fucking post this photo. This photo is whack. Have you seen white women wilding out on the timeline already? I had my first beef on Twitter. People really hate you, man. Sag, I try to defend you, King. Dude, don't give up. Okay, does anyone have a fucking go live? Let's see. Does anyone have a go live meme that I need to slap onto this? Let's see. If there's anything there. Have you seen this yet? The It was the Bernie Bro kids are out in force. Wait, what do you mean the It? Alright, I posted this. Okay, that's fine. I didn't do okay, buddy. Already saw someone on Twitter go, white women and men need to get up in arms. No, this is a huge issue that definitely white feminists, the Cavernacle guy you posted in Hoscore last night told me that I mooch off you by editing videos for you. Dude, I don't know who that guy is, and I don't know what's going on there, but we should literally not cover anything that like weirdos are saying, okay? Remember, I'm trying to not fucking pay attention, pay any mind to like people who are very openly and obviously trying to cut out video footage and whatever that they can, because that's the reason why I ended it early last night. I was like I felt horrible, you know what I mean? I did not feel good at all. I did not feel good at all yesterday by the end of it, because I mean we did like 9 hours, and I think that was the first time I've done a 9-hour. I caught a stray and got that painting of you DMCA'd on T Public talking to their lawyers, but damn, Sag. Wait, what? Hair's looking a little greasy, King. Yes, that's because I showered. It's called... That Cavernacle dude likes you usually. I don't know, watches vids. Yeah, I don't know, and I don't care. Okay. I was feeling a little under the weather from both the news and routinely covering the news, but also on top of that, like the insane amount of fucking like hatred that was directed towards myself on Twitter for literally no reason, including like people using what's going on currently. Like people using literally like the SCOTUS decision to turn around and still shit on me somehow. It was fucking wild. Anyway, look, the designer Edgar, who designs the And After That t-shirts, as you all know, that I wear all the time, reached out and said, there's a really good abortion, like there's a really good reproductive health services charity that works in the Rio Grande Valley, specifically with women that are undocumented, and I'm gonna raise funds for them on top of some other. I already donated. I've donated $2,500. Not a lot. I just immediately I was like, here, I'll just give some now, but I'm gonna also raise some funds for them, including most likely Texas has T as well. What is it called? It's like the abortion fund. It's like called TEA, Texas Equal Access Fund. Since abortion is like 70%, is there a chance for Republican legislature to pass the barest acceptable abortion laws in purple states? We're going to talk about all of that. Hold on. Let me just blast off real quick and inform everybody that I'm live on a live, and so that we can get people in here so people don't come in here and ask the same questions over and over again today, you know, while we're talking about this. But yeah, I'll probably do this tomorrow, the fundraising, I mean. But like I said, this is one of those issues that is not even a thing. Like, the overwhelming majority of Americans have routinely come out and said time and time again in thousands of polls over the course of the past 30, 40 years that Roe v. Wade is a broadly popular, broadly supported position, that women's access to reproductive health services, including abortion, should not be limited by the federal government. It is completely inappropriate. This is precisely why the evil demon Republican Party has created what is known as trigger laws. We're going to talk about that, obviously, that automatically go into place criminalizing abortion in 13 states in this country, for those of you who didn't know that. But of course, this is not about the majority. This is not about democracy. And this is never about, democratic process or the will of the people being heard in any meaningful capacity, and people know that. Frontera Fund does a lot of work making sure women in conservative border towns get access to reproductive health services. Thank you for including them. Yes, they're great. And I think some of the people that what do you call it? Some of the people that are that have that fund, and some of the people that run it were freaking the fuck out. Which is kind of cool to see. I mean, unrelated, obviously, but it was really funny seeing them like fucking going crazy. I mean, they do awesome work, so it's exciting that they got excited about me donating. And then some of you motherfuckers accidentally ripped into people. You can't do that, okay? Please don't yell at organizers, okay? And misunderstand what they're saying. Okay. But of course, you still have 3,000 is pathetically low considering your earnings. For the record, I, of course, as always, qualified it immediately. I was like, we'll be doing a fundraiser stream ASAP, likely for an organization that focuses on reproductive rights in red states. I said, and after that suggestion, La Frontera Fund is one of the funds I'll be adding to the list. Please provide other local orgs below, and we'll pick the best ones to fundraise for. And they always say, like, whenever you donate, you should, like, inform everybody. And I normally never do, and the reason why I never do is because people will go, that's not enough, shut the fuck up, right? Obviously, and immediately I said, obviously I gave a little just now, much more to come. Please don't fixate on the amount. I know it will be impossible not to. And motherfuckers still did. They still were like, 3,000 is pathetically low. Consider your earnings. You know what I mean? Oh, and this is one of the, I think this is one of the people that actually runs the abortion fund. If anyone ever told me Hasan would donate to our abortion fund, I would have laughed until today, where my crying, screaming, throwing up has drastically shifted emotions in 3 hours. People misunderstood what they were saying and like started attacking them. Don't do that, okay? Wow, not someone coming at a communist whore for drooling over a hot man who donated to our abortion fund. You misunderstood what they were saying, okay? Don't do that. Go attack the dumbasses if you want to attack someone. Not like, not all the people that are baiting are the ones who are fucking psychos and sick freaks who literally sit around in Discord servers, know full well that I will be looking. People were literally doing numerology shit on your donation amount. People are wild. Yeah, I know. The reason why it's $2,581.45 is not because it's a significant number. It's because it was the max on there, like immediately on the drop down menu. And the additional money is when you cover the fucking processing fees yourself, rather than let the additional $81.41 is the processing fee that you pay for, and instead of making them pay for it. Okay, that's what it is. There's no numerology, so it was 2,500 plus processing fees. I didn't like write that specifically. Anyway. What the fuck? You have to pay a fee while it's in the same country? Yes. Everyone's trying to make money. You know how it is. I've seen a VTuber donate 5,000 to a charity and nobody was like, that's not enough. It's fucked how bias works. Dude, I've 2,500 is a very small amount for how much I normally donate, both publicly and also privately. Everyone knows this already. If you're in this community, you're already familiar with that. I just did it because I wanted to immediately give something, and then while I'm setting up a way to do a fundraising stream. So it's, yeah, no, this is like this community, and both through my direct donations and also through merchandise, like, you know, I've donated personally out of pocket hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of this past year. Don't ever listen to anyone who fucking says I'm not doing it now for charity. Okay, like more than $500,000. So everyone can suck me. It doesn't matter. They're being bad faith. Like if someone had the wherewithal to, like, literally, because I don't publicize it regularly and I don't constantly fucking talk about it. So if someone were to actually put it together, even by like whatever people have figured out, whether it be like the Amazon Labor Fund, which I never talked about, or you know, all these other like GoFundMes and shit, you could be able to fucking figure out how much it is, and it would total something around there. You shouldn't publicize it. I agree, and I try not to. But it doesn't matter because, once again, like even when I raised through the merchandise, even when I raised like hundreds of thousands of dollars, they literally fucking said, why don't you donate your own money? I'm like, hey dumbass, that is my own money. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, people would have just bought those shirts anyway. But it went to you know, it went to funds instead. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, it doesn't matter because it's not serious, unserious, and these people are bad faith. And it's mostly because they're just fucking sad. It's the same concept as like, oh dude, you're flexing your wealth. No, I'm not. Or if I'm not flexing my wealth, then I'm hiding my wealth by LARPing as a proletarian. You see? Oh, he's driving a Toyota Camry because he is LARPing as a working class. Look at me. How do you do, fellow working class civilians? I'm just like you. I have a Toyota Camry. Like, that's what they said I was doing. And then when I bought a car, they were like, oh, dude, you're doing it to flex. Like, you're flexing on me. You're literally driving the car over me right now. You're driving on top of me, on top of my body. There's no reason. I never knew you donated to charity, but assumed you did because of your views on society in general. Great personality. You spend it, you're disgusting. You don't spend it, you're hoarding. There's no winning. Exactly. Because ultimately, it's not about how much money I have or what. It's about what I am saying and why that's frustrating for them. It breaks people's brains that you can be fucking socialist, be a leftist, and you can also be successful in perhaps one of the, like, unethical ways. It's still unethical. Everything is, right? But it's in the least. Okay. Anyway, we're moving on. Let's get to it. We're talking about the SCOTUS, but like I said, we're going to do a fundraising stream. Soon. The reason why I'm like, the reason why I mention all this though, however, is because like, I want you to also be geared up with like talking points, because it's fucking impossible to literally be like, it's impossible at this point for me to say anything without like people jumping down my fucking throat. And if people feel that way and they try to express that towards you as well, you can at least say something about it. You know what I mean? Now that you know better. That's it. And I wonder if there's anyone in here that came in here to be like, yo, fuck this guy. But then they're like, you know what? Maybe my opinion of him has changed a little bit. Yeah, it's like this. Open your purse. Dog, it's like literally, it's in the tweet thread. Like, you just don't care. Okay. Also, how about the admin was potentially weighing in on forgiving all loans to help secure midterms and this shit leaks, Lamau? Yeah, data for progress shows what I've been saying about Roe v. Wade support, even though this data is a little bit faulty, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it's consistent with respect to, like, obviously public polls that have existed about public polls that have existed on the matter, but those are national polls. This is like extrapolation from said polls by looking at demographic data. So this data for progress here, look, I mean, I'll show you. A federal ban on abortion is wildly unpopular in all 50 states. So I'm almost certain that no such, because I've looked at this before, I'm almost certain that no such like coherent study exists where they look at like every individual state by state. So for that reason, this is the only way that we can analyze it in the absence of like actual state polls. As reproductive rights and abortion access again face significant challenge from the politicized and asymmetrical Supreme Court, who today rejected to block the enforcement of Texas bounty abortion law, new analysis finds there's not a single state in the nation where support of a federal ban on abortions is more than 30% support among the public. Now that is consistent with national polls, right? That's consistent with national polls. National polls show historically and throughout time that only 30% of the American public has said that they want to overturn Roe v. Wade. More than 50% has always wanted to maintain Roe v. Wade, and then there's usually like fucking, I guess, a 20% give or take that shifts on you know, indifference to support. Okay. Now, Data for Progress has looked at the raw data from the Congressional Election Study to estimate state-level support for a federal ban on abortion. The estimation was done using a multi-level regression model. MRP consists of two steps. First, we fit a multi-level regression model to a survey sample to estimate how likely someone is to hold to a particular opinion based on their self-reported demographic characteristics and the state where they live. A regression model is a statistical model used to analyze the relationship between some observed outcome, in this case, a political opinion, and other characteristics called predictors. So this is not a compilation of direct surveys. This is not a compilation of polls that were conducted in each individual state. This is simply a way to assess simply a way to make a prediction. Now, that prediction is usually very accurate in situations like this, but even then, the reason why I'm showing you this, and then the reason why I'm giving you further clarification, is because someone might look at this and go, well, that's not a real fucking poll. You know what I mean? I just want to always over-explain, because there's always going to be some fucking debate perverts in the chat, right? Now, for the record, a lot of people have talked about the leaker and the leak. That's the only thing. To oversimplify this, it's an extrapolation. Yes, exactly. It is simply an extrapolation rather than a straight up it's not a straight up compilation of fucking of statewide polls from all around the country. And even then, but it's good. It's good data. It's interesting data. It's not 100% certain, but it's good data, especially because it works along with the overarching support for Roe v. Wade at the federal level. Okay, so now, having said all of this, okay, having said all of that, where are we at now? Last night, a leaked Supreme Court of the United States draft opinion came out on Politico. And this opinion, penciled in by Samuel Justice J for Justice Alito, talked about a bunch of psychotic things. Okay? We do not know who leaked it, but the leak itself is, in my opinion, completely inconsequential. Maybe not completely inconsequential. I think it shows the severity of the matter that we're talking about. But ultimately, I don't care about our fucking sacred institutions and yada, yada, yada. I care more about the actual consequences of what might happen once Roe v. Wade is overturned, and also how they are overturning Roe v. Wade. These are two important things that we're going to discuss. We're also going to discuss, people wilding the fuck out, what liberals did, what Republicans did, so much more. How the leak happened does not matter, okay? But there are two different schools of thought on this. Some people are claiming that it was a Republican. I mean, just by looking at the numbers, it is likely that it's a Republican that might have leaked this just to fucking gauge the public opinion, I guess, or to basically soften the blow when the inevitable turn comes, especially because there are just simply way more Republican Supreme Court justices than there are Democrats. So there is that. But, Republicans are going to use this as an opportunity to attack the leak itself and the institutions that they care about, rather than the actual implications of that leak, which is that the Supreme Court is going to overturn Roe v. Wade. So let's take a look at what mainstream media is doing, and let's get started.
Where hundreds of protesters gathered last night after the stunning leak of what is reportedly a draft opinion suggesting the court will strike down Roe v. Wade this summer. Many experts have predicted the court will roll back abortion rights after conservatives gained a 6-3 majority on the court. It's a strongly worded draft opinion signed by Justice Samuel Alito and obtained by Politico. The Supreme Court has not confirmed the authenticity of the document, and we must point out a lot can change before a final ruling is issued. For more on all of it, let's go to Jan Crawford. She's outside the Supreme Court. Jan, this would be an astonishing leak and a landmark decision. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony, and you're exactly right. An unprecedented leak from the Supreme Court, something that didn't even happen when the presidency was on the line in Bush versus Gore. And in the states, the implications.
Once again, I just want to point something out here. And by the way, this is the media, in my opinion, absolutely fucking running completely with the bait. Republicans set the bait up. Okay, leak happens. And then instead of analyzing the future of people who can have pregnancy in this country and what will happen to them, they are now immediately, because they're such fucking procedural fetishists, because liberals are so brain dead, so fucking smooth brained, and so pathetic, and so groveling little snide little shitbags, that they of course immediately, they're perverts for rules and for our institutions, that they are immediately stepping on that fucking landmine and talking about a debate around the procedures. I don't care. I do not care about the procedures. I do not care about the leak. I don't care if it's a right-wing guy that leaked this. I don't care if it's a fucking left-wing guy that leaked this. Okay? I do not care. They should leak all of it. Okay? They should show everything that they're doing in there. What are they wearing under the robes? Are they naked? I want to see. I want to see their disgusting, filthy, naked bodies. Okay? If you have a lifelong God King fucking role in developing society and in fundamentally changing the way people live, you don't have any privacy. No expectation of privacy, in my opinion. Fuck you, okay? Straight up. That's crazy. Motherfuckers literally think, they have access to what I fucking spend money on or whatever the fuck because I'm a Twitch streamer, and they think that they have access to my life. These guys literally directly impact your life, okay? You're a public servant in that point. I don't care. I don't give a shit, okay? So let me just dispel this idiotic concept of constantly having a back and forth about the leak and what it means for the sanctity of the fucking institution of the Supreme Court of the United States. I don't care. Also, obviously, mainstream media is also a bunch of fucking snide little pathetic cowards and incredibly fucking annoying. So clearly, they are running along with the leak attitude as well. Do you want to know why? Because they suck. Because they didn't get the big story. Politico got the big story. So that's why the New York Times is running with the fucking leak debate. Where is it? Where is fucking whatever? Not Matt Watson. Who the fuck is the guy that worked with The Daily Show and shit? God. On. Yeah, I mean, I already retweeted this as well. Leon said basically that. I don't give a shit if the decision was leaked. If non-untouchable God Canes get to decide what the law is, I should be able to see everything they do. The Supreme Court should be like a house in The Sims. I should get to see them wandering around their stupid robes at all times. If they're doing kinky sex stuff, then, you know, we're going to see it. I deserve to see it. I want to see it. I don't care. I should see it. Oh, here it is. Matt Negrin. Here it is. The New York Times is failing at this moment radically. Supreme Court confirms leak, says Roe draft is not final. That's the main title you went with? And then the other Washington Post story is fierce Roe v. Wade debate ensues after a leaked draft opinion. Disclosure Monday by Politico of a draft opinion said it was circulated by Justice Samuel Alito. They're literally fucking talking about the leak more than the actual implication and the impact of when Roe v. Wade will be overturned. I just want to fucking point this out. And the reason why they're doing that, for the record, the reason why they're doing this is because, one, Republicans are doing this so that they have something to be outraged by, even when they're winning, okay? Because you can't just like win. You have to like pathetically embarrass your opponent, because winning is not anything for them, really. Like, what did they win? Oh, they fucking stopped women from being able to get abortions in red states. Okay, well, you know, it was already incredibly difficult anyway. You know what I mean? They were doing that already. They've been doing that. They haven't stopped doing that for the past fucking 20 years, right? How many fucking abortion clinics exist in places like Kansas, right? Or Arkansas? Like, they were already successfully eliminating and making it as difficult as possible through like red tape and bullshit by prosecuting fucking doctors and shit to make it functionally impossible to get a fucking abortion anyway. In red states, and now they've moved on to like completely criminalizing it. So it doesn't even matter. There's fucking 2 clinics in Kansas. Yeah, I thought it was 1. Anyway, so there's only 1. So they're already doing that shit. The guy climbing the building in SF is pro-life. I mean, dude, yeah. What an incredible example that pro-life is not pro-life. Homie is so not pro-life that he's literally fucking about to kill himself. Yeah. A pro-life dude is climbing the San Francisco Salesforce Tower right now. Spider Dan. Anyway, so Madison Cawthorn or whatever blabbed about getting offered a key bump and a million photographs of him dressed as Frank and Furter immediately materialized. However, there's literally no way to make a coal baron with a yacht vote along party lines. Hey, we're planning a commission on stomping out insider trading among the families of elected officials. Anybody know how to make any good trades recently? How would they do in prison? Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, by the way, this is talking about the villain of the hour once again. The villain of the hour being always Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, for the record. That's who this person is making fun of. Like, Madison Cawthorn got fucking bullied relentlessly by fucking the Republican Party for leaking like inconsequential shit, okay? And they ripped his asshole, okay? They literally ripped his fucking asshole. But we can't whip Joe Manchin. Use a real whip if that's what it takes. Use a real whip. Use a real fucking whip, dude. Use a literal whip if that's what it takes. I don't care. I do not care about their safety. I do not care about their security. These are lifeless husks to me, okay? Politicians are not human beings to me. They are lifeless fucking husks that basically sit there and find whatever new way they can to take money from tax-paying citizens and offer subsidies to their family corporations that their family members own, or their actual, their real constituents, which are the corporations that are lobbying them. Okay, they don't operate like public servants. They need to be public servants. They need to be, brought to fucking heel. Holy shit. Okay. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that the only people that these motherfuckers care about are their corporate benefactors. And we have to sit around and act like, oh man, if we vote a little bit harder this time, we'll win. Yeah, no, totally, dude. Let's vote a little bit harder next time. All right, boys? I mean, wait, hold on. Who fucking controls Congress right now? We have the House. We have the Senate. We have the White House. But we can't do shit. So what the fuck? Oh, just a little bit more. Oh, well, we don't have a filibuster-proof majority. Remember when we did have a filibuster-proof majority? When Obama was president? Remember then? Oh, well, I mean, fuck. Then there was a different villain. Because right now we have a rotating villain. We have, Joe Manchin and we have Kyrsten Sinema, right? They're fucking spoiling everything. God damn it. We could pass a lot with even a simple majority, but we simply can't, right? That's what they say, right? They always say that, right? They say it nonstop. Well, what the fuck? We did that when we had a filibuster-proof majority. Obama had a filibuster-proof majority, and that same shit happened back then. And Obama literally ran on fucking codifying Roe v. Wade. He did. He did, and then he dropped it immediately after he won. Not only that, but he took executive actions against abortion rights. So it's completely fucking bullshit. This idea that like voting is solving this. Like the real hurdle that we need to overcome is the ineptitude of the Democratic Party or the lack of willing from the Democratic Party to actually do something. We can't because Joe Lieberman, Joe Manchin, my bad. Exactly. It's always the same shit. There's always a rotating villain in the Democratic Party. And there's more implications to come out of this. Anyway, let's continue.
Implications for an overturning of Roe versus Wade are massive. Many of them, those states, already have been preparing for that.
We will not go back!
The news set off late-night protests from both sides at the Supreme Court.
America doesn't want to overturn Roe v. Wade, that there is support to maintain it.
The reversal of Roe v. Wade is good, and it will save lives, and that is good, and they should keep going forward with the majority opinion.
The leaked Supreme Court draft opinion shows the conservative majority voted to strike down Roe versus Wade, the 1973 landmark decision guaranteeing abortion rights. The 98-page draft opinion from February was obtained by Politico from a person familiar with the court's proceedings in a Mississippi law banning abortion after 15 weeks. Writing for the majority, Justice Samuel Alito wrote, "Roe was egregiously wrong from the start. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives." 4 other conservative justices reportedly also had voted to overturn Roe in the Mississippi case. It's unclear whether Chief Justice
Bro, that's also the other thing. Like, they wanted to overturn Roe in the Mississippi case. Roberts went back and forth. He's a wishy-washy, fence-sitting little fucking bitch who cares about the sanctity and preserving the sanctity and the institutional security of the Supreme Court. Like, we can't come across like we're so politically polarized. We can't come across like we're basically operating in this like incredibly political capacity. It's like you are, though. You fucking are. Your institution has never not been political. You know what it is? Hey, thank you, Central Committee, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Happy birthday, Michael from Pennsylvania. Your birthday, right? I think. Anyway, hope you had a good stream. We're, of course, talking about abortion right now, obviously. Okay, so what was I going to say? God damn it. Hold on. Having these fucking little brain farts is really fucking frustrating. Okay, yeah, John Roberts cares about the sacred institution, right? And one thing I have to always say is, and I'm going to use a gaming analogy for this. You know how we always think like there's only 2 types of characters, male or political, in gaming? Okay? There are only 2 types of fucking Supreme Court cases, okay? One that is like hyper-capitalist for our corporate overlords, and one that is political. The only time something is fucking political is if it's like if it goes against the reactionary perspective, right? It's not a political decision when we are allowing fucking Nestle to continue using child slaves, right? when they're fucking extracting the earth. That's not political. That's not a political case. That's why there's bipartisan consensus on that, because that is for our capitalist overlords, right? But it's political when it's like, oh, well, if a woman's right to choose, I don't know. That's political. Like, they always talk about the safety or not the safety, but like the apolitical, nonpartisan nature of the Supreme Court. That's why they have lifetime appointments, right? Okay? That's why they fucking talk about, how this is an institution devoid of politics. It's like, there's never been an instance where the Supreme Court is devoid of politics. It is the most political institution. Okay? Just like politics exists in every facet of video games, including Call of Duty, which might have all fucking white dudes or whatever, but it's still political. It's like literally talking about war. It's always all about politics. And these guys are incredibly fucking biased. They're biased in a very center-right to far-right attitude. Anyway, everything that they add on, everything that they slap on top of that is bullshit, okay? It's just, I have a different way of interpreting this. I'm an originalist. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, dude, totally. You're great. You're interpreting the Constitution in the way that it was supposed to be interpreted, like, when it was written by fucking dudes who owned slaves. Fuck.
John Roberts would have allowed the Mississippi law to stand without overturning Roe, or whether he joined the liberals. Also unclear whether the early draft opinion will become the final decision, sending the issue of abortion back to the states.
Hands up my body!
And there it is. States' rights, baby. States' rights. This is some Civil War shit, okay? This is some straight Civil War shit. States' rights. States' right to do what? To force women to carry pregnancy to term. States' rights to do what? States' rights to own slaves. States' rights to do what? States' rights to bar, LGBT couples from adopting children. States' rights to do what? States' rights to bar LGBT couples from getting married. You know what I mean? In order to protect the integrity of the religious institution that is marriage, which is supposed to be Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, right? Like, we're going back to that fucking bullshit, okay? It's just bullshit. It's just pure cruelty. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. It's just a way to try to intellectualize being cruel to certain groups of the population that you despise because you think they're fucking moral degenerates and they're freaks, okay? I personally think you're the real freak if you think that there's any problem with, like, gay people getting married or, LGBT couples adopting children, or if you want to stop women from being able to get fucking abortions. Like, you are the real freak and you deserve no rights, and I don't think you're a full human being. But hey, I still have to act like you are. So maybe you should do the same to others. Anyway, let's move on.
Right now, 13 states have laws banning all or nearly all abortions that would be triggered if Roe were overturned. The CEO of Planned Parenthood said, abortion is currently still legal, and we will continue to fight like hell to protect the right to access safe, legal abortion. But the leak of a draft opinion sent shockwaves throughout the legal community and beyond.
This has never happened before. It's a tremendously big deal for the court, and its significance for the court's legitimacy is impossible to overstate.
Jeff Rosen is the president and CEO of the National Constitution Center.
The court takes its secrecy incredibly seriously. The justices...
Dude, who cares? Shut the fuck up. Shut up, dumbass. Shut up. I don't care. There's no legitimacy. Can we just dispel the fucking notion that the Supreme Court has any kind of legitimacy as an institution, or that it's like somehow infallible, or that it somehow gives a fuck about the, is somehow above politics, above, partisan politics? It's not real. It just doesn't work that way. It's never worked that way. You're a fucking idiot if you believe that. I'm sorry.
We'll investigate this leak vigorously and try to find out who the leaker was.
Now, early drafts of decisions, they often change quite a bit, and justices in the past have actually switched their votes. It is unlikely that that's going to happen in this case. However, a decision is expected sooner rather than later, well before the end of the court's term at the end of June.
Honest question, do you think abortions are okay at any term of the pregnancy? Yes. Yes. Do you want to know why? Because second trimester and third trimester abortions only occur when it's literally at a fucking when it's literally just harming the fucking carrier. Okay, it's so stupid. The overwhelming majority of abortions are not happening in that situation. Like, no one is literally getting knocked up and then fucking aborting a baby at 8 months and fucking 25 days. Like, that's just. You'll find a freak no matter where you go. Of course, there's going to be just like one fucking freak, right? Always. And conservatives love hyper-focusing on that, but that doesn't mean that that's not the fucking broad majority of people. 90% of abortions are happening in the first trimester. And the only reason why it happens in the second trimester is because of the psychotic Republicans that have made it functionally impossible to fucking figure out if you're even pregnant or not half the time, because you can't get free reproductive health services in your fucking town if you live in a Republican state. The only reason if you want to greatly diminish second and third trimester abortions, all you need to fucking do is ensure that it's accessible, okay? Reproductive health services are accessible, but Republicans know this, and that's why they don't want to fucking do that. That's why when you go and you seek out like a medical professional, help from a medical professional, they can legally lie to you, as fake doctors legally lie to you in red states all the time. In places called, what is it called? Like family planning centers or whatever. Did you guys know this? Yes, doctors in red states can legally lie to you in family crisis centers that basically make themselves appear like they're a place that gives you, abortion help, where it's basically just like a fake fucking Planned Parenthood there to stop you from getting an abortion. You go in there and they will never give you a contraceptive. They will never give you a fucking pill. They will just only tell you, you should not get an abortion. Your baby can listen to classical music right now. Look at how big your baby is in your belly. It's a real baby. That's the truth in this country. And that's been going on even before this fucking decision. So a lot of people are understandably upset from the jump when they say, why the fuck are we doing that? Why are we? Why are we even, like, is this new? I mean, there's Dave Weigel, who's had some interesting thoughts on the subject, brought back an old tweet that I agree with. Like, I mean, here, I'll show you. This is someone in the South saying what I've been saying for a while as well, which is like, why should I even fucking care about, voting for the Democratic Party to save me, to give me access to reproductive health services when, like, they don't exist? You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm trying to find it right now. I can't. God damn, Dave has been fucking blasting tweets, dude, nonstop. Maybe you guys can find it faster than me, but where is it? I wonder if he deleted it, actually. Yeah, I can't find it. Where the fuck? He's been posting too much? Yeah, I think he might have deleted that. Fuck. Like a screenshot of an old tweet from someone in the basically fucking talking about how, like, functionally it is impossible for people to get abortions in red states anyway. They've rendered it impossible to do. Right? And therefore, like, because of trap laws, like, it is functionally impossible for someone to get an abortion. Missouri, by law, you literally have to get an abortion misinformation and then wait 72 hours until you can actually get it. And there's one clinic hanging on by a thread. Yeah, exactly. The AGO is trying to make it illegal for Missourians to go to other states. Also, the doctors are harassed. Yeah. Doctors are harassed nonstop. They literally shut down. They use red tape to shut down any existing, like, abortion clinics in states. Theory still holding up. Half my mentions are versions of do something as if Roe's fate wasn't sealed in 2016. Abortion is effectively banned in the South, and Democrats have, by their own admission, no plans to save Roe. So I'm going to need someone to explain to me why I should do anything for a Democrat ever again as long as I'm alive. Explain to me like I'm 5. Pretty popular tweet. Good for my theory that SCOTUS striking down or scaling back Roe won't polarize voters like Dems hope. And the end of the day, they're going to be unable to do anything about it with the power they currently have. And it's true. They do not have the willingness. They do not, even when the Democrats had power, they didn't do shit about it. So it's their fucking fault, beyond the obvious, villainous nature of the Republican Party. Okay? Borat 2 also had the Ludwig rolled and smoked doing his new mogul mail video, War Profiteer. What? Okay, dude, we can't have like little baby time right now. Okay, we'll do baby time later. All right, baby? Do little baby time in a little bit. Anyway, anyway, okay. Of course, look at Biden's response. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Hold on.
Tony.
Jan,
he was just joking. I'm sure he was joking.
We just heard Jeffrey Rosen talk about how unprecedented it is for a leak like this to occur. Why might someone leak this?
You know, Tony, leakers sometimes talk to the press because they're outraged, they're disgruntled, or perhaps in this case, they're trying to put pressure on one of the justices, that narrow 5-justice majority, to change their minds. This information, this draft opinion, is so closely held inside the Supreme Court that so few people would have access to it. It will be tremendous implications inside this building, the trust among those justices.
Good. They should literally destroy this institution from within. That's my take on it. That's my honest to God take. I don't care. The reason why I'm saying this, like, even if it was a right-wing guy who, like, eroded our trust in the institution, great. Fuck it. Fuck the institution. The Supreme Court is no longer an institution for progressive change. Some might say it never was, and I totally understand that. Historically speaking, they've always brought decisions down on behalf of the same bourgeois capital owning class, and they continue to do so. A lot of that goes unnoticed, and people don't give a shit about it because it's seen as, once again, bipartisan, or it's seen as, matters that don't have like an immediate impact on your life. Who the fuck cares if some, child slaves are being used in like fucking Mali? You know what I mean? You don't care. You don't give a shit. As an American, you don't care about that. You don't want to care about that. So that doesn't get coverage, right? Or I don't know, when they fucking allow like reservations to be fucking destroyed by another pipeline, they no one cares. No one gives a shit. These people have no method of like fighting back. They are voiceless. These are some of the most marginalized people on the planet. So no one gives a shit, right? And the Supreme Court does that all the time, and they do it with those very same Democrats, those supposed like liberal justices, also working in unison, right? So obviously, that kind of stuff doesn't get enough coverage, but this does. This is like a partisan issue, and it's like crazy. But the Supreme Court has always been partisan, okay? It's always been partisan. It's just like they come across as bipartisan when they are in agreement on, waging wars, opening up new fucking pipelines, destroying natural water supplies, using child slaves, that sort of stuff. So, yeah. That's how it's been, and that's how it will continue to be. So I don't care about this institution and its infallibility, okay? I hope they destroy it. I really do. Lawboy says, in all the hand-wringing about the court leak, I have not seen a single coherent defense of what concrete interests are actually served by keeping draft opinions confidential. If justices are merely doing the objective and impartial practice of law, what does it matter? Every conservative whining about this is speaking entirely in abstraction. Some intangible and unquantifiable damage was done to the court. Can someone explain what specific problems will this lead to? They're talking about, and I'll tell you what it is. They're worried that the public will be able to pressure this infallible institution that is supposed to be above the rabble. Okay, that's it. And liberals are afraid of it too, because they don't want conservatives to pressure the court in the future, in some like future situation where, I don't know, maybe in the next like 40 years, we'll have like 4 fucking liberal Supreme Court justices. You know what I mean? Like maybe, probably not. They just don't want the public to influence their decision. They don't want this to be mentioned in adjudicated in the eyes of the public, right? And that can be weaponized, and I do see that. But also at the same time, I've given up. Like, I don't care. This is the same argument that I have towards the filibuster. People constantly talk about a hypothetical scenario where the filibuster could be magically used against, you know, some like mega racist legislation from passing or some shit. But that's never happened. It actually is the exact opposite. Historically, the filibuster has literally been used to push back civil rights legislation for 10 years. You know what I mean? It's always like some fucking white supremacist dingus who is literally directly related to the fucking Klan turning around and being like, yeah, that's right. Black people can vote in my state. God damn it. No shot. I'm doing a filibuster. I'm filibustering in them hoes. That's how it always works. It doesn't matter. So fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Abolish the filibuster. Fuck it. Yeet it. Like, people constantly talk about, like, oh, look, think about how horrible and indefensible it would be when the Republican Party will take advantage of this, when they no longer have, the Republican Party will take advantage of the lack of filibuster, right? They will pass so many more awful laws. I'm like, well, the filibuster exists right now. They're not using it. They're not using the Senate to push this legislation. They've already moved beyond the interest. They've already moved beyond the need to use the Senate. They're literally using the Supreme Court. They're using the Supreme Court and they're using state legislatures. And you can't fight back against that. So you might as well try to fucking change Congress a little bit so there is actually something you can do. Like, what are we talking about? A hypothetical situation where the Republicans win? The Republicans are winning right now, dumbass. Okay? They're winning. They're currently winning even when they're losing because they don't care. They do not care about the institutions. They only use it as a talking point. Liberals, on the other hand, unironically do care about institutions. Why don't you have closed captions? Are you ableist? I'm literally the most ableist motherfucker you've ever met, okay? Yes, I am ableist as fuck. Read my lips. I'm ableist. Suck my cock from the back.
Possibly coming from a law clerk.
Yeah, and speaking of access, we should talk about the implications here.
Also, I do literally have closed captions, but...
And you've been to Mississippi and other states preparing for this decision. If it ends up being the ruling, what are the implications there?
Well, it would mean that abortion access depends on where women live. So if you live in Mississippi, you're going to have to drive a long way to a state that allows abortion rights. And as I said, many of these states have already been preparing for passing laws to prohibit access to abortion, while you see other more liberal states passing laws guaranteeing access. This will all go now to the states, and they're...
Yeah, and states already have 13 states that have trigger laws, and 26 states total are immediately going to fucking... 13 states, 26 states are slated to have some form of restrictions on abortions. Okay, 13 of them immediately. You're ableist like Joe Biden is progressive. No, I'm just, I don't care. Okay, let's continue. Fox News brings on Planned Parenthood spokesperson, decides to grill him about the leak.
To become reality. That's what really, I think, makes people lose trust in institutions when they can no longer rely on their elected officials, on members of the judicial branch to protect their constitutional rights.
Sam, let me just finish off by asking you this. Former Hillary Rodham Clinton press secretary Brian Fallon is calling the clerk who leaked this brave, if it was indeed a clerk at the court. A Vox correspondent, a senior correspondent, is saying, seriously, shout out to whoever the hero was within the Supreme Court who said, F it, let's burn this place down. Do you condone those statements?
Oh my God. Oh my God. He should just be like, no, it's awesome. It's fucking dope, actually. No, I agree with those statements. I think like the real fire that is lit up under under every single citizen with this decision potentially coming into play is profoundly more important than the supposed infallibility of our goddamn institutions that regularly cast people aside like they're nothing at the behest of, and in this circumstance, at the behest normally of capital, but in this circumstance specifically so that Republicans can act like they are doing something for their 30% white evangelical Christian base. Okay? It's insane to me. It is insane to me that this is even a fucking conversation, okay? It is mind-boggling that 60% of the American public, 60 to 75% of the American public has historically said, like, no, like, the government should have no say in what women do to their own fucking bodies, okay, with respect to abortion. And it's been considered a super precedent time and time again. And Supreme Court justices have literally lied in their fucking hearings on their appointment proceedings over and over again about how they also see it as a super precedent, specifically so they can turn around and fucking change that, okay? It's wild. It is wild, okay? Wild, completely wild that geriatric, vulturous, parasitic fucks with lifelong appointments can just fundamentally undermine one of the very clear, fundamentally undermine like all semblance of democracy. They're completely untouchable, okay? And they have lifetime appointments and they can just do whatever the fuck they want. It's crazy to me. And the real reason, for the record, okay, the real reason why Americans actually love the Supreme Court is because they're fucking peasant-brained cucks, okay? That's why. They love having daddy. They love having a sovereign force destroy their enemies and fucking, do their bidding by harming their opponents. They do not care about the fundamental principles of like libertarianism. They do not care about like actual freedom and the pursuit of liberty and the pursuit of happiness and all of these things that are supposed to be given to us by God and protected by the Constitution. They are just petty little couch potato fat fucks who sit around and are constantly, endlessly think about the one time when they got their dick sucked under the fucking bleachers in high school and how they peaked at that point, and they want to live that moment over and over again in their heads. And because life is so painful and it's so pathetic, their existence is so fucking pathetic, every fucking day is worse than the day before, that they try to eat jalapeno poppers at Applebee's to fucking forget. They wash it down with some margaritas and they try to forget how fucking horrible their existence is, okay? And the only thing that gives them even a semblance of happiness is when their ideological opponents are being vilified, humiliated, embarrassed, and hurt. Okay? That's it. And they're goddamn cucks. They are not the same fucking forefathers that fought for liberty, okay? And even then, those same American founding fathers also had slaves and weren't good guys exactly, okay? They're not the dudes that fucking raised the South in an effort to abolish slavery. They're not. And they're not the ones who fought to preserve slavery either. They're not. They're not even that, okay? They're just pathetic little bugmen freaks, okay? They're little bugmen freaks that constantly think about a better time that never really existed for them or for anyone else for that matter. They're stunted emotionally. They're stunted mentally. And all they care about is immediately fucking hurting whoever they can so that they can feel a little bit better about themselves. That's it. They love LARPing. They're all bugmen, and they all want to fucking watch Fox News or watch CNN and eat the fucking slop, okay? Basket of deplorables type beat. I am disgusted with my fellow citizen, okay? I don't give a fuck. The only difference is I think that liberals are fucking freaks too. I'm not saying like, oh, they're a basket of deplorables. I think Americans, especially ones that love this type of shit, are doing it because they're pathetic, they're psychotic, and they're fucking losers, and they straight up want big daddy government to do their bidding. As long as they're hurting their opponents, they're like, oh, I must be winning. That's it.
I think what's most important here...
It's a yes or no.
I have no idea how this got out. What I do know is that what it shows is that millions of people, nearly half the country, could sue.
Anyone who disagrees with me does not know the fucking HVAC specialist that I'm talking about, okay? Some of you have these people in your lives, and you know exactly who the fuck I'm talking about, okay? Some of you live with freaks like this in your own household. Some of you live with freaks like this. You go to school with freaks like this all day long. You have to fucking hear these dumbasses, these small business tyrants, these HVAC specialists run around, run their goddamn mouths, thinking that their fucking attitude and thinking that their fucking opinions are actually valid. And you have to hear them, specifically because they thought it. Because every American is an exceptionalist, okay? They personally believe, because they're spoiled little fucking brain-dead children, that they think like, oh, of course, of course, I had this thought. And it's unique because I had it. I'm a unique, special little snowflake, and my thoughts are correct, and everything on the television is telling me that my thoughts are correct. So you have to literally listen to everything I have to say, and I'm completely correct on this. That's it. That, like, everyone knows someone like this, and if you don't, then you probably live in one of these, like, fucking liberal safe havens that they're talking about, okay? Like I do. I live in a liberal safe haven. I rarely ever see these dumb motherfuckers. No. Yeah, it's just common sense, brother. I'm just like that. You know, it's really fucking, why are we letting the gays take control over the government? It's like, what are you fucking saying right now? Really take a Vox News article seriously? Where was that sentiment during the January 6th insurrection? That's what, oh, yeah. They want to think they're the greatest in the world on the virtue of being born. I mean, yeah, that's how it is. Stop talking about my parents on stream, bro. Jesus is personal. Living in Florida and you're spot on. The righteous, ignorant parade, hating anyone not exactly like them. I mean, there's a liberal attitude that is also magnanimous, or not magnanimous, sorry, also fucking annoying in a similar capacity too. They just happen to be like on the right side on some of these issues, at least on the immediate, like, you know, on the immediate surface level. Some of the liberals are at the very least, like, they're still self-righteous, but sanctimonious is what I was thinking of, but acrimonious or ubiquitous, but no, sanctimonious. Like, it's just, they feel that sense of, like, I'm correct. So I get that. It's annoying. I'm sure people think I'm like that too. The only difference is I'm fucking right, and you're a pathetic little piece of shit, okay? That's the difference. I'm deranged. I'm mentally ill, okay? But you're also pathetic. At least I recognize where I am in society. You don't. You literally think that you're fucking better than you actually are. Annoying isn't the same as someone actively trying to take my rights away. I mean, dude, no, liberals are allowing the other side to take your fucking rights away, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. Hold on. Liberals are going to get some too. I got enough dick for the Republicans and the liberals today.
Soon lose access to abortion. I think that's what most of your viewers are going to care about. I think that's what most of the people who woke up this morning scared that their rights could be torn away.
And before I pee, though, I got to serve you the top of the hour ad break, okay? That is a apolitical, bipartisan thing here on the HasanAbi broadcast. As long as you are not subscribed, you will see the ad at the top of the hour every hour. Now, of course, you can avoid said ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub like the one that Bill Vog just gifted to 20 people. Okay? Get that one, you can get that fucking ad break avoidance right now. As long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Hasan Sugar Daddy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Or I just leave the stream, or you can. That is a thing that you can do. I recommend it. If the 60-second ad break is too much for you, then yeah. Oh, shit. Lime Mile, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Heike Bud for the 5, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Okay. Let's
Most Americans care about the integrity of the court.
I 100%.
That's not true. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. That is so stupid. No American cares about the integrity of the court. You know why? Because there is no integrity in the court. You just made that up. That's not a thing. It is a made-up concept. There is no integrity of the Supreme Court. You are just trying to desperately create integrity in the Supreme Court right now. No, they don't. Americans don't care about that shit. They care about where their next paycheck is coming from, okay? That's what they actually care about. But Fox News does a very good job of like getting their focused, getting their fucking brief window of anger and resentment that they feel towards the system and directing it towards whatever fucking idiotic wedge issue or cause that the Republican Party cares about that wants to destroy. That's it. That's every day. That's every day. You don't give a fuck. Why would you ever care? Why? If you're an American citizen, if your father or your mother is like, oh man, I really care about the sanctity of the Supreme Court. Why? Why do you care? Are you fucking stupid? When have you ever cared about that? No one cares about that shit. No one. That's not a real thing. And liberals do that shit all the time, and I fucking despise it. And I shit on them when they do that. When they're like, oh my God. I care about the fucking integrity of the court. No, shut the fuck up. Shut up. What did I say during January 6th? What did I say? And I'm consistent on this matter, so you can suck me if you have an issue with what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about the sacred hallowed halls of Congress, okay? Who cares? I fucking dunked on liberals when they were like, oh, but what about our institution? What about our Congress? Like, fuck Congress. I mean, seriously, fuck them. And you know they said that during January 6th too, so shut the fuck up.
And agree. And if the court is going to act to move against the will of the American people, like I said, a majority of the American people support the precedent of Roe v. Wade, want to be able to make their own healthcare decisions.
Yeah,
Sam, where we find ourselves.
Sam, if I could, let me just ask this and get a quick answer from you. You know, the makeup of the court right now is 6-3.
The Supreme Court is important for the separation of powers in some ways. Dude, you are literally a communist. You say commie mussy, and you're talking about like another unelected institution whose majority right now come from literally 2 presidents that appointed 5 of them. Both presidents were Republican presidents that literally got the minority. They did not even win the majority of votes, okay? It's crazy. It's actually crazy to fucking think that this institution that straight up has always undermined the people's will, okay? That has always been undemocratic. That has always fucking worked against the wishes of the broad majority. You need to visit the Joe Rogan subreddit? Yeah, I heard that they're like banning politics talk on there. Since when did you switch to being this neutral? I like it though. Dude, if you think that I don't fucking... If you think that I have not been fucking spewing bile towards both the Republican and the Democratic Party, literally since day fucking one, I don't know what to tell you. I've always been a left-wing person, okay? I've always been outside of the American political spectrum, shitting on it from a leftist perspective. I've never... This is not neutrality. I am biased. The difference is, I'm telling you where my biases lie, okay? This is not neutrality. I mean, if that makes it easier for you to understand, if that makes it more palatable for you, yeah, I am neutral. I'm a centrist. I love centrism. Yeah, I'm an enlightened centrist. Straight up.
At some point, it could be 6-3 the other direction. After this, it suggests that, you know,
that's great.
These games of leaking could become permanent on both sides here. So do you want, in the future, things that are being bandied around by a majority on the left to be leaked out for political purposes?
I don't care. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. YOLO. Yeah, do it. What leftist purpose is the Supreme Court serving? Like when would they have served a leftist purpose, dude? Oh man, the games of leaking leftist Supreme Court decisions. How? When? What would that be?
I think what everybody wants from the Supreme Court is for them to protect their constitutional rights. That is their job. And I think if you see the court as it looks poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, then I would say they're not doing their job.
All right. We invited you on.
Psychos. Reporters, should the Senate do away with the filibuster to codify Roe? Yeah, let's look at old man Jack, old man Brandon. He's not doing a good job either. All right, let's move on.
For more on the reaction to this in Washington, let's bring in Ed O'Keefe, who's at the White House. Ed, good
old
morning
man
to
Joe.
you.
I'll be back.
Jarika, good morning. There's been no response from the president or the White House just yet. We may hear from him or from aides later this morning, but there's been a strongly worded statement overnight from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, saying together in part that several of these conservative justices have lied to the U.S. Senate, ripped up the Constitution, and defiled both precedent and the Supreme Court's reputation. They call out Republicans by saying that every Republican senator who supported Minority Leader McConnell and voted for former President Trump, justices pretending that this day would never come, will now have to explain themselves to the American people. Other Republicans, meanwhile, praising the news. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley says the draft opinion is tightly argued, morally powerful. In Congress, Democrats have tried and failed to pass a bill that would make abortion rights federal law. The Women's Health Protection Act easily passed the Democratic-controlled House last fall, but failed earlier this year in the evenly divided Senate. That's despite CBS News' most recent polling, and this is important, it shows a majority of Americans support keeping abortion rights as they are. They also want it to remain legal in their state if Roe is overturned. Now remember, an end to federal abortion rights will kick this issue back to the states, which is going to put a huge emphasis now on big governors' races in several states across the country that are also likely to be presidential battlegrounds in 2024. Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Democratic candidates in those states overnight saying abortion rights now central to their election campaigns. And Democrats have been warning since the high court.
Democrats are so fucking horny to use this as an opportunity to like raise funds for the midterms, by the way, because they're disgusting, pathetic little fucking freaks. Okay? That's why, for the record, because they're gross, pathetic little freaks. How does American politics work? Well, let me tell you how. Okay? Republicans basically use every undemocratic principle they can and every single institution they can to enact a significantly worse agenda every single year. Okay? The moment that you take your foot off the fucking gas, they will literally revert back to the dark ages. Okay? They will turn around and fucking institute slavery if they could. All right? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. It would take a while to get there, but they would 100% do it. We already have a version of that in our criminal justice system, and many of you motherfuckers don't even think about that. Ever. 20% of the entire planet's incarcerated population. Okay? That's not an accident. Okay, so let's just establish that, right? Republicans get worse and worse the moment that you take your foot off the gas. Democrats rely on Republicans being bad to say, look how bad they are. You have to vote for us now. Okay, you just have to vote for us because look how bad they are. Look at the alternative. Look at Donald Trump. Look at the alternative. And that's how we just continue going down this horrifying fucking path where we accelerate towards just a fascist institutional control. Okay, great example of this, for example, is our treatment of immigrants, asylum seekers specifically, right? Under Donald Trump, the only COVID protection provision that we ever instituted at the federal level and aggressively pursued was Title 42. Title 42, what is that? It's the claim that immigrants are, we just simply do not have the infrastructure to, make sure that immigrants that are coming in and legally seeking asylum are COVID free. We just have no way of figuring that out. So we just expel them. Okay, this was a CDC provision used to expel and purge asylum seekers. Okay, the Democrats, until recently, which they made it exempt for Ukrainians, were using that. They were using Title 42. Okay, the Democrats that straight up ran on Donald Trump being so bad and so horrifying to immigrants at the border turned around and defended Title 42's application in courts. Okay? That was the Biden administration that did that. You need to understand that they do not give a fuck. Okay? They don't care. And some of the Democrats are still defending it, for the record. You need to understand that Democrats do not care about progress. They don't. If they did, they would have done something about codifying Roe v. Wade for the past 50 fucking years. Specifically under Obama, when they had a filibuster-proof majority. Okay? So I'm going to tell you a little story. Now that I've talked about how Republicans are fucking demons and how they're using, abortion, even though it's deeply unpopular, they're using this as a fucking way to galvanize their base of support. I'm going to talk a little bit about the demon rats, okay? So let's talk about the demon rat party for a second. Let's look at what Brandon is saying today. Brandon, of course, came out and basically stated, "Look alive, Jack. Why? You just got to vote extra hard next time. All right." That's what basically he said. Where is it? Hold on. Let me find it real quick. We're going to talk about Kirsten Sinema, obviously. We're going to talk about Joe Manchin, but also... Brandon. My statement on the reported Supreme Court decision draft, Jack. We don't know if the draft is genuine or whether it reflects the final decision of the court. Look alive. With that critical caveat, I want to be clear on 3 points about the cases before the Supreme Court. First, my administration argued strongly before the court in defense of Roe v. Wade, and we said that Roe is based on a long line of precedent recognizing the 14th Amendment's concept of personal liberty against government interference with intensely personal decisions. For the record, they are going to destroy the 14th Amendment, okay? That is that's the main takeaway for the record from the Alito draft that leaked, is that anything, and I mean anything that they consider to be fucking protected under, constitutionally protected under due process, they are going to go after, which means like contraceptives, which means gay marriage, anything and everything that they could use. That could be, or privacy, which fucking, good luck. That didn't really exist anyway. Like anything and everything that they can undermine, they will use, okay? Brown v. Board of Education. Again, already, our schools are already segregated, so it's like kind of weird to fucking, it's always kind of weird to have this conversation about things where I'm like, Brown v. Board of Education will be undermined or like turned around. And it's like, oh, okay, well, our schools are already segregated, for the most part, they are. They're just segregated, not directly, but in indirect ways. Just like our cities, our towns are segregated, but not directly, but in indirect ways, through redlining and through the way we even fucking build our highway infrastructure. You know what I mean? We're going to violate fucking privacy laws. Well, okay, the Patriot Act. It already fucking ripped, it lawn-dicked any kind of fucking privacy you might have had. You know what I mean? Like, same with like abortion. Oh no, like we can't have abortions in fucking red states. I'm like, motherfucker, you literally couldn't already. Republicans had already successfully undermined that. And they continue to. Voting rights, same shit. So it's like a weird situation where like they're already doing that, but then they're also basically flexing. You know what I mean? They're not only doing that, but then they're already doing it outside of the Supreme Court, but then they're like, we might as well codify this, or we might as well solidify this by using the Supreme Court, the institution of the Supreme Court, to ensure that this is what's going on. What did Chelsea say? For those of you who are just catching up, if you are able to afford it and if it's safe for you to do so, you should consider arming yourselves, then finding others to train within teams and learn how to defend your community. We may need these skills in the very near future. Okay, that's a little bit, I think, I don't know about that, Chelsea, but hey. Okay. Okay, let's get back to this. I believe a woman's right to choose is fundamental. Second, shortly after the enactment of Texas Law SB 8 and other laws restricting women's reproductive rights, I directed my Gender Policy Council and White House Counsel's Office to prepare options for the administration's response to the continued attack on abortion and reproductive rights, Jack. Okay. Third, and this is my favorite, okay? This is my favorite Brandon, okay? This is my favorite fucking Brandon. Third, if the court does overturn Roe, it will fall on our nation's elected officials at the levels of government to protect a woman's right to choose. And it will fall on voters to elect pro-choice officials this November. That's right. Look alive, Jack. You didn't vote hard enough. You need to vote harder and harder and harder. You need to vote. I'm voting so hard right now, my dick is hard. For the first time, it's like I got Viagra, Jack. Every time I vote, my dick gets even harder than it was before. Bro, this fundamentally undermines everything else that he's saying here, okay? Like, we already did. We did our job. Now it's time to do yours. Figure out a fucking way, dickhead. Figure out a way. I don't care. I do not care about old institutions. I do not care about rules. I do not care about the law. I do not care about trying to create a system where you are like operating under the pretense that you are actually being fair and balanced. Just get it done. Be like Republicans, okay? Be like Republicans. They don't need fucking the majority. They don't need to win. They don't need to do anything. They just get it done. They have successfully taken over state legislatures all across the fucking country and literally run through gerrymandered districts, literally run every fucking state governance. So they can turn around and go, hey, you know, we should do states' rights again. What is wrong with you? What is wrong that you're like, come on, Jack, we got to vote even harder? How are you going to get people to go out and vote for you again while you are literally in power? And there are already like neoliberals rushing to defend this. There are already neoliberals rushing to defend this and fucking turning around and being like, yeah, he's right. Fuck you. It's your fault. It's our fault. We didn't vote hard enough. Like, I voted, dumbass. What do you want? I did. I voted. I door knocked. I fucking keep getting ass blasted from the DNC for my crime of fucking maxing out the Bernie Sanders. So now they're like, literally, Nancy Pelosi's got my fucking line, dude. Holy shit. Constantly like, Hasan, please, I'm begging you. I'm desperate, okay? I've been a bad little girl. You need to give me some money, wubbies, okay? Please. Please. Every fucking day. Every goddamn day, I'm getting fucking blasted. It's Nancy. I'm in Ukraine right now. Please give me some money. Shut the fuck up, Nancy Pelosi. Anyway. Third, if the court does overturn Roe v. Wade, you need to vote hard, Jack, and you need to vote harder than you ever had before. All right? So that's where we're at. That's where the fuck we're at now. You got to just vote even harder. Nancy Findom erotica? No, for real, dude. Nancy Pelosi does Findom like no other. Oh my Lord. I mean, I guess she does it unsuccessfully because I'm not giving her any money and I'm never going to give her money. And every time she emails me, I'm like, when will you guys die? You're all so fucking old. Just go away. So we can like refresh the fucking political pool with new talent. Even though all of the fucking people that are coming into power are also like Pete Buttigieg style freaks too. So it's not like, you know, we're getting any good new talent out there. We got like 6. So yeah, at the federal level, we will need more pro-choice senators, dude. What is it? When will it stop? Is it going to be okay when we have? Are we going to have enough when we have 100 pro-choice senators? Is that when? I guess you know you can't because you can't have a filibuster-proof majority because then you're going to have enough people in the Democratic Party that say, "Well, I don't know about this abortion stuff." You know. Because we did have that. We had a filibuster-proof majority back in the day, and nothing happened. Bro, this is negative as hell. Listen to Biden. Yeah, no, listen to Biden. Vote harder. Vote harder, guys. I mean, I'm still going to keep fucking voting, but it doesn't matter. Now I'm going to also tell you, like, literally, it fucking doesn't matter. Because it doesn't. They're proving that it doesn't. By saying, while you're in power, you got to vote even harder than you ever did before, you're showing that, like, it doesn't matter. You know who it does matter if you vote for? Republicans. Because they're fighting. They're putting the team on their goddamn back. Even when they're losing, they're still winning. Why? Because they care about the interests of some of the most psychotic people in their fucking base. They're so desperate to build any kind of winning coalition that they will literally go and fucking feed into the QAnon people. Meanwhile, on the other side, Democrats won't even listen to the reason-tempered political interest that, like, the broad majority of American working class people want. It's not even a one-to-one comparison. On the one hand, you have the extreme right that's literally fucking saying, you know, that Joe Biden has half-eaten babies in a basement, okay, somewhere in a tunnel system under the fucking Capitol Hill. On the other hand, you have like what extreme leftists like myself saying like we should have, a single-payer healthcare system that brings us up to the same level as like, other much poorer OECD nations. That could be cool, I think. And it's like, yeah, these two things are extreme and we can't have it. We can't have it happen. Wouldn't voting for Hillary would have prevented most of this? Oh, totally, dude. It's so hard. Except like I already did, so it didn't work that way anyway. You have to, at a certain level, realize that like putting Hillary Clinton forward as the main person and backing Hillary Clinton with all the might of the DNC and all the might of the institutions and all the liberal media that worked alongside said institutions were 1,000,000% a failure. Okay? People want to so desperately be like, and the people that I like are not responsible for this, so it must be the Bernie bros. You know what I mean? Hillary Clinton, by the way, whose VP pick was literally anti-choice. So there's that too. And still lost. Anyway, let's watch what Biden is saying now. Like people say, like, oh, wouldn't this wouldn't have happened if Hillary Clinton won? Dog, Biden is the president right now. Ain't shit changed. Republicans are still the Republican Party, and liberals are still feckless. How are you going to turn around and be like, well, what about Hillary Clinton in 2016?
President, did it do away with the filibuster to codify Roe?
I'm not prepared to make those judgments now about. But I think the codification of Roe makes a lot of sense. Look, think what Roe says. Roe says what all basic mainstream religions have historically concluded, that the existence of a human life and being is a question. Is it at the moment of conception? Is it 6 months? Is it 6 weeks? Is it quickening, like Aquinas argued? I mean, so the idea that we're going to make a judgment that is going to say that no one can make the judgment to choose to abort a child based on a decision by the Supreme Court, I think goes way overboard.
Thank you guys.
I think the way they're saying Hillary win, she would have been able to appoint the SCOTUS. I think, yeah, no, I know what they're saying, dude. I know, and I recognize that, which is why I wanted to vote for, and I wanted others to vote for Hillary Clinton. At the very least, not vote for Donald Trump. But that doesn't matter because the people that are significantly more powerful than myself are the ones who put Hillary Clinton up to the fucking task, and she failed spectacularly. So people that are fucking turning around and like trying to shit on Bernie Sanders don't recognize that there are significantly more powerful people that played a fundamental role in that defeat, okay? In that historic defeat. It's not the random shit posters on the fucking internet, too. I don't give a fuck. I know it probably makes you feel better. I know it probably makes you feel good about yourself when you're like, oh, it must be the shit posters. They're the reason. It's the people that make me feel bad because they have ideas that I claim to care about but don't actually want to follow through on because I'm indifferent ultimately. Anyway, but hey, listen, it's your fault if you're a Bernie bro. It's your fault that Hillary Clinton fucking didn't go to Wisconsin, It's your fault. Sorry, it's just the truth, boys. So here, and by the way, there was a literal fucking time when we did have a filibuster-proof majority, but then the same exact problems persisted because these are institutional hurdles that we have built for ourselves. And by we, I mean the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party will always find a rotating villain. The Democratic Party will always find some reason why they can't push for change that they promised, okay? Here, this is Barack Obama, okay? Bardock, no bummer, okay? Obabe. Barack Hussein Obama in July 17, 2007, talking about Roe v. Wade.
What would you do at the federal level, not only to ensure access to abortion, but to make sure that the judicial nominees that you will inevitably be able to pick are true to the core tenets of Roe v. Wade?
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing that I do. Now,
hold on. Is that the first thing he's doing as president? Let's take a look. Hold on one second. What happened immediately after he became president? Hold on. Hold on. No. Wait, what?
The Freedom of Choice Act is not my highest legislative priority. I believe that women should have the right to choose, but I think that the most important thing we can do to tamp down some of the anger surrounding this issue is to focus on those areas that we can agree on, and that's where I'm going to focus.
What would you do?
That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I guess it wasn't his priority. Yeah, let me tell you what else wasn't his fucking priority, okay? Let me tell you what else. I thought Obama was 1 vote shy of a filibuster-proof majority. Dude, no, that's the point. No. Just like we're not 1 or 2 votes shy of a majority, we have a majority right now. Obama was not 1 vote shy of a filibuster-proof majority. He wasn't. He had it. He just couldn't whip hard enough. Okay? That's the point. And you're missing what I'm trying to say. My point is, they will always find some reason to say they simply cannot do it. Okay? They simply cannot get shit done because there's always someone within the Democratic Party's ranks that are going to play the role of spoiler. And under Obama, it was Joe Lieberman. Okay? And under Obama's vice president, now president, Brandon, okay, Joseph Robinette Brandon, it's Joe Manchin. There's no world in which you watch the Republican Party literally be the minority party and fail to fucking win a majority of voters, turn around and actively change legislation at the state level and actively and fundamentally change American society at the Supreme Court, completely sidestepping the halls of Congress, and then turn around and be like, well, Democrats just don't have 50 people. Oh, if only we had 60 people, we could do it. And then it's like, well, even when we had 60 people, we still couldn't do it. Why? What are we doing? Are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? I mean, you must be. You must be really fucking stupid if you legitimately keep getting duped by the Democratic Party over and over again. It's not in their interest. The point is, for people who are saying, well, this is because Ted Kennedy died or something, it doesn't matter. They would have found another person then. If it wasn't Joe Lieberman, it would have been someone else. And just like if it wasn't Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, there's already 12 other senators that would take on the role of the spoiler. What is wrong with you? How do you not see that? How do you not understand? It's called a rotating villain for that reason, because the fundamental approach for the Democratic Party is to not change anything. Because there's Maggie Hasan and so many other fucking senators and even congresspersons in the House of Representatives, if they really wanted to go buck wild, that would halt progress from happening. Okay? I mean, here, look at that. Look at my man, Joe Manchin right now. We don't need Planned Parenthood, studentsforlife.org. I stand with Planned Parenthood. Like I said, play both sides. Always. So you always come out on top. And let me tell you a little bit more about Obama, okay? So, as a friend of the show, my old coworker, Dan from the internet, Dan from the web says, Obama promised to make Roe v. Wade law when campaigning in 2007. People depended on him. He then said protecting abortion rights wasn't a priority. Then Republicans took power back, and it was too late. Republicans hate you. Democrats fail you, right? Not only that, but he also fucking literally failed to get Ruth Bader Ginsburg to retire. He failed to get Breyer to retire. Luckily, we were able to do that this time around. Holy fuck, that would have been even... I mean, I guess it wouldn't be that much worse because it doesn't matter. It's a supermajority anyway, okay? And then on top of that, he passed an executive order while he was trying to fucking push through, Obamacare, where he recommitted in an executive order that he was committed to preserving the Hyde Amendment. the policy which restricts federal funds for abortion within the context of recent healthcare legislation. So, like, miss me with this bullshit, okay? Sorry. It's just not, it's not real. This is not real. Now, obviously, Republicans are still the fucking demons on this equation, but at a certain point, like, you got to fucking try to clean your own house a little bit, right? So I agree, but what is the solution here? If the Dems fail us and the Republicans are the devil, what can we do to actually get our rights back and solidified? I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I have no, we're powerless, okay? And I'm just telling you the truth. So I understand why people like Chelsea turn around and say, like, you know, fucking get a gun and protect yourself and protect your communities, like learn how to protect yourself. Because we are fucked. We're straight fucked. The only thing you can do is organize in your communities, make sure that you organize in your workplace, make sure that you have like some kind of fucking labor power to push back and actually have some kind of power to fucking make the Democratic Party do our bidding, okay? Become powerful. Because the people do not have power at this point. It's only corporations that have power, okay? Hasan, 2 years ago, I love reform and incrementalism. I still love reform and incrementalism, okay? But it doesn't fucking matter. And the reality is, we are never going to accelerate towards this worker revolution that you believe that we're going to accelerate towards. We are simply accelerating towards fascism, okay? Part of the reason is because the people are too fat to care. The people are too fucking well-fed to care. Even in a country with food deserts, even in a country where like there are people who are, not eating properly, they're still too fat to legitimately resort to a violent revolution. And even if there was ever sort of like a violent revolution, it would be on behalf of, like you saw in January 6th, on behalf of a fascist administration. So shut the fuck up. There isn't enough volatility for the people to fucking rise up, and there is certainly no infrastructure for the people to rise up in an appropriate manner. Okay, and direct their frustrations and anger and vitriol in the appropriate systemic problems towards the appropriate systemic issues. Okay, that's why we keep like even fucking dumbass leftists on Twitter, which is like nothing. I mean, they're inconsequential. They cry about like their fucking favorite TV shows or something, or they cry about me fucking buying shit because there's nowhere to like direct your anger towards. So you just direct your anger towards like idiotic shit that is completely inconsequential. Now, what I think we could do in this situation, because we are powerless, but if we were to do something, anything, I mean, obviously, you need to abolish the filibuster. That's it. You need to abolish the filibuster and codify Roe v. Wade. And that's not going to happen because, here it is, Republicans and Joe Manchin block Senate bill to secure abortion rights. And if it's not Joe Manchin, you got Kyrsten Sinema. And if it's not Kyrsten Sinema, you got Maggie Hasan and like 8 other fucking senators that will come out and be that person. Okay? Now, protests are going to happen, and a lot of protests are going to happen all around the country, and we're going to take a look at them. And it's understandable that people are going to be upset, and it's understandable that people are going to take to the fucking streets. But ultimately, that's nothing. It's inconsequential because we have no power. The police will destroy those protests if it ever got out of hand. If there was any sort of significant threat to the lives or livelihood of like these, members of Congress that are significantly, like that are just undermining your civil liberties. If anything happened to Supreme Court justices, you would be punished for it severely. You have no method of fighting back. The only method of fighting back that you could have is your productive capabilities as a worker in the workforce. But unfortunately, in the United States of America, unlike any other fucking country in comparable OECD nations, you have no way of organizing and showcasing the amount of power that you may have. People love to talk about like, oh man, we're going to do a general strike. We're going to do a general strike. Like, you can't do a fucking general strike without actual, labor unions. It's not a thing. The amount of fucking work that needs to take place before you do anything like that is tremendous. You do not understand what it takes. You're just, you're unfortunately just fucking thinking about it like you're mythologizing it. And people say I'm a doomer, but I'm sorry, man. I'm a fucking realistic person. I'm telling you what can be done, but the steps towards that revolve around organizing, and it's not an immediate thing. What is this? This is the energy every single Democrat is supposed to be bringing. And the filibuster, codify Roe. Yeah, dude, remember? Dude, it was awesome when Elizabeth Warren was the Democrat, dude. Yeah. The farmers' protest worked in India. Dog, did you just compare a fucking million communist farmers with a party infrastructure that is literally designed to do mass protests like that to America's pathetic fucking labor organizing? Are you insane? It's not even, I don't want to say pathetic labor organizing, because the unfortunate reality is like American workers are victims to capital destroying any semblance of organizing. But you're fucking insane if you think that that's a comparison, dude. Yeah, Indian communist trade unions are not comparable to fucking the little shred of fucking labor mobilization that America is capable of doing. This guy said they aren't communists. Like, there you go. This is the reason. This is a good reason and a good example of like where people's attitudes lie in this situation. Motherfucker said they're not communists. Like, what are you, gatekeeping Indian communists now? Is that what you're doing? It's a sock them party, Lamau. I want to fucking die, okay? I want to fucking die in a video game instead of dealing with pathetic losers who learned and did not actually learn what social democrats are until literally this past year and think social democracy is neoliberalism anyway. Holy fuck, dude. You do not know what social democrats are. South African students protested for over 3 years to get free public college tuition. It only lasted that long and was successful because the students couldn't afford it and had nothing left to lose. Americans are too comfortable to care, and very sad but accurate take. Yeah, exactly. They're flying the Center of Indian Trade Unions, flying the famous flag of social democracy in their logo. You know, the social democracy flag of, you know. These are the same fucking dickheads who were like, actually. Actually, we should really stop using the hammer and sickle. Optically speaking, it's terrible. It's like, yeah, dude, shut the fuck up. How about you shut your stupid fucking dumbass Westoid Angloid fucking ass up, okay? How about that? Goddamn idiot. You don't even know what a fucking social democrat is, okay? Like you're LARPing as like a European social democrat, which is hilarious because most European social democrats are unfortunately fucking neoliberals. Because, you know, when there are real fucking socialist and communist parties that exist in said countries, you have to like still be like, I'm close to the center. Those guys aren't real social democrats. They are fucking literally neoliberals that are just LARPing as social democrats. But like, we're in America anyway, so shut the fuck up. What is this? If you are Dem and you're dunking on Pelosi or Schumer or Biden tonight because of a naive view of Washington power dynamics, educate yourself about gerrymandering, the filibuster, and the separation of powers, and then go commit to Blue Wave 2020. 2. Yeah, educate yourself. Which, by the way, of course, like, you know, who is capable of doing anything towards Washington power dynamics about gerrymandering, the filibuster, and the separation of powers? Oh, those guys that you mentioned, right? That's what they're supposed to do. What is this? Why do Democrats just want Democrats to win for no reason other than, like, Democrats winning? It's just like you just want Democrats to win because you want your team to win, right? That's what it is, right? At a certain point, if you're like openly stating that like Democrats winning do not change the power dynamics in Washington, sweaty, you should learn about it, then why the fuck should Democrats win then? Like, what the fuck? Democrats are currently winning. Democrats are not losing right now. They are winning. They won. We did our job. We went out and we fucking voted, okay? And Democrats won. So why isn't anything happening? If you're an average American, why the fuck would you ever in a million years tune back into politics after seeing this shit? Why? Why would, like, what are you supposed to do? Vote harder? What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? Is there supposed to be 100 fucking Democratic senators? Is that when it's going to be, you know, 100% of certainty that we're going to fucking have pro-choice politics?
I am angry. Angry and upset? Angry and upset and determined. The United States Congress can keep Roe versus Wade the law of the land. They just need to do it.
I've never seen you so angry. You seem to be...
This is what the Republicans have been working toward this day for decades. They have been out there plotting, carefully cultivating these Supreme Court justices.
Thank you, DM your takes for the 10 gifted subs.
So they could have a majority on the bench who would accomplish something that the majority of Americans do not want. 69% of people across this country, red states and blue states, old people and young people, want Roe versus Wade to maintain as the law of the land. We need to...
Look at that guy. Owned. You want to dismember children. Fucking owned, dude. God, I love fucking freaks, dude. God damn it, I love the Republicans so much. Just straight up living literally in fantasy land, okay? That dude is mentally ill, okay? No help for that guy. No shot. And you have a fucking party and a media apparatus that feeds into that mental illness and keeps telling him, like, you're right. All of your crazy ideas are actually true. Democrats are eating babies and dismembering children. Keep doing it. They're like tugging at their fucking strings a little bit. Like, yeah. Get a gun and go to the abortion clinic. Do it now. And then on the other side, you have liberals who are like, oh, everybody likes Roe v. Wade. What's going on? It's just, you know, we're weaponizing mental illness on the Republican side. Meanwhile, the Democrats are just like, oh no, our institutions are crumbling. Oh no. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
And we have a right. Extremists, we've heard enough.
Like, that guy is literally one activation from a Fed away from shooting up a fucking, abortion clinic and then getting caught in the process before he shoots it up. Straight up. That dude right there in the background screeching, you're dismembering children, is literally about to be in the local news when the FBI finds him trying to fucking put Tenorite behind the local abortion clinic, okay? And then, of course, that will be flubbed. That will be a terror plot that has been thwarted because, you know, the FBI was the one who supplied him with the fucking Tenorite.
From the extremists, and we're tired of it. Thank you.
Senator, does this open the door for any constitutional rights?
Not tear apart white dudes so that's a mental health issue? No. They're doing that too. Come on. The Governor Gretchen Whitmer case is a perfect example. Anyway, clearly this was Bernie's fault. Get educated. Obviously, you're a masquerading leftist who's misinforming us to break our organizational efforts and discourage us from seeing the 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. It's honestly very messed up. Fuck you. You're right though. I am a leftist spy to thwart democracy and like ruin the beautiful efforts of the Democratic Party and doing what exactly nobody knows. Oh yeah, the Supreme Court also confirmed the draft opinion on Roe v. Wade being real, by the way, earlier today, so that's important. Just like I am confirming at the top of the hour ad break is upon us. If you no longer want to see those ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you would get one free Prime subscription a month. Get gifted a sub. You can also avoid it, but not everyone is lucky. So by subscribing personally. Thank you, Spider from Mars, for the 5 gifted subs. Okay, this is actually inspiring graphic. Thanks to get people in the chat to vote. What? I'm the cat man. What is this? Pokemon Go to the polls, ballot box. Okay, anarchist, calm down. All right. Oh, hold on. Let's watch the rest of this. What is this? Dude, are you showing me this because I like, do you want me to die, dude? Husband and father of 3 awesome kids, representing NY18 in Congress, DCCC chair. And if you're angry about this, please know this is not someone else's work alone. It's your work too. We need you, and now here's help to help. Let me tell you something. Okay? This isn't it. Okay? Do not waste a single fucking dollar on these demons. Waste all of your dollars on reproductive health services in purple states and in red states. Okay? Like, don't give a fucking single dollar to the Democratic Party. Are you fucking insane? Yeah, let's give the DCCC another. Let's give the DCCC some money. Why? Oh yeah, you know, so they can go and fucking, I don't know, with Jim Clyburn and Nancy Pelosi can go to Texas and defend Henry Cuellar's 9th fucking run. You know, against Jessica Cisneros, who literally used to be Henry Cuellar's intern, who's running against him as a 28-year-old progressive woman, and the Democratic Party, the establishment Democrats, are literally still supporting Henry Cuellar for some fucking reason. Why, I wonder? Even though he's anti-choice, by the way. What's up? What's up with that? What's going on, dude? Huh? What's happening? Why should I give the DCCC a single fucking dime when this is what's going on? Nancy Pelosi affirms support for U.S. Representative Henry Cuellar after FBI raid, primary runoff birth. Why? Why would the establishment Democrats aggressively support Henry Cuellar instead of a 28-year-old progressive who was not investigated by the FBI for potential wrongdoing with, I don't know, some foreign investments from Azerbaijan? Like, why? Why is it that, you know, we have to make sure that this guy who's been fucking, you know, the most conservative fucking Democrat in the country, when his 10th fucking term. That's what you get when you fucking, you know, funnel funds into the DCCC, dude. It's awesome. It's great. I support my incumbents, Pelosi said during an unrelated news conference in Austin. I support every one of them from the right to left. That is what we do. Cuellar, a centrist Democrat, is not a centrist Democrat, by the way. He's a right-winger, is in the runoff against Jessica Cisneros, the progressive challenger who ran against him in 2020 and lost by a small margin. In the lead up to that primary, Pelosi visited Laredo and campaigned for Cuellar, which she did not do this time. The FBI raid, which happened in January, continues to loom over Cuellar's re-election bid. The FBI has not said what it's investigating, and Cuellar has denied any wrongdoing. Yeah. He's a literal fascist He's probably closer to Reagan than Bernie. Yeah, he's great. Look at this tweet before that calling us stupid. Democrats, we're angry and hurt. I know, but it's not about filibuster, size of the court, or what the Senate hasn't passed. It's about Republicans, not us. We can save our freedoms, but it's November, stupid. Yeah, dude. It's not about the fucking, it's not about the size, it's the motion of the ocean, dude. Except it's not even about the motion of the ocean. Like, this is giving the game away. Okay? You're giving the game away when you do this. You're basically saying, like, vote for us for no other reason other than just vote for us, stupid. Give us money, you fucking stupid idiot. Give us money. Give us money so we win elections. Will we do anything when we win those elections? I mean, we've won elections right now, but we're not doing anything with that. And you're going to get a whole bunch of that exact same shit over and over again, but just shut the fuck up and vote. Just shut up and vote. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. She supports the incumbent unless it's a Kennedy running against them. I mean, to be fair, in the Kennedy situation, it was Ed Markey who was an incumbent in the Senate, and Kennedy was Kennedy was a representative trying to become a senator. Except, it's still bullshit, and she doesn't give a fuck. And the answers for that were absolutely bullshit. I think you're misinterpreted the message. He's stressing the importance of us getting our blue asses out there on November and vote like never before. What do you mean vote like never before? How do you look to the situation and go, oh man, it's just because like I didn't vote fucking hard enough, dude. I didn't vote hard enough. That's why this is happening. Fucking idiots, dude. I mean, these people are no different than how fucking... I mean, these are troglodytes, okay? They happen to be on the right side in some issues, but they're just fucking troglodytes. I mean, you're no different than the fucking mouth-breathing Republican who's just angry every goddamn night and doesn't know what he's fucking angry at, so he just chooses to be angry at, like, gay people existing because that's what Fox News is telling him to direct their anger towards. You're just a mouth-breathing... You're like a sea cucumber. You have nothing. You're like, we vote. We just keep voting. You voted. You voted already. You did it. Congratulations. And now you need to vote harder. I guess. It's just so fucking crazy. A vote until we have a supermajority. But even then, like, even when we did have a supermajority, it didn't work and it didn't matter. But hey, just keep voting, please. Please. Scoop, we obtained a memo from Senate GOP's campaign arm laying out how lawmakers and candidates can maximize their messaging around the leaked SCOTUS draft decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Let me guess. And that is going to be hyper-focus on the leaker. Be compassionate, consensus builder on abortion policy. While people have many different views on abortion policy, Americans are compassionate people who want to welcome every new baby into the world. No, I don't. I don't. Especially if your baby is going to turn into a Republican one day, in which case, abort it, okay, ahead of time. Expose Democrats for the extreme views they hold. Extreme views that the Democrats hold in this situation is literally fucking protecting Roe v. Wade and women's right to choose what to do to their own fucking bodies, by the way. Extreme is what the Republican position is, and it always has been, okay? Forcefully refute Democrat lies regarding GOP positions on abortion and women's health care. What the fuck are the lies? Anyway, great stuff. And Republicans are in unison, of course, attacking those things, for the record. Yeah, this lady, I don't know who the fuck Amanda Duarte is, but yeah, this was a fucking fun little tweet. Where is it? I do wonder how these white supremacist lawmakers would feel if their little white daughters were raped and impregnated by black men. This is like, 1488 level fucking tweeting right there. There's your straight racism. This is the most racist fucking thing I've seen. Like, I literally just, this is the type of shit that would make like a Klansman be like, I don't know if you should be saying that out loud. You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, she really popped off on that one. It was fire. really, really cool. Like the level of racism demonstrated in this one is wow. And I think she deleted it and then literally fucking deleted her Twitter after. Which is pretty funny. But also, let me describe something. Let me tell you why this is good. Because that person is you know, that person is a psycho, right? But this is what I meant when I said white feminists love abortion. Okay? It's not good. No. Listen. Eyes on the prize. White feminists love abortion, okay? And when you got white feminists on your side, you could potentially make a lasting change on policy. Okay? That's all I'm saying. You got these people who are like just straight white power Karens out here, also, you know, fucking arguing against, you know, these abortion laws, and you know that militancy is a necessity. The lesser of two evil amount. I mean, dude, that's a straight racist ass, white supremacist ass bullshit right there. But that was what I was saying with respect to, like, you know, how it's true though. Lots of MTG types would be rushing their daughters to a hospital rather than let their child. Oh my God. Did you see the pro-life dude climbing the Salesforce tower? Wasn't even wearing a safety harness, which is so hardcore given his cause. Yeah, I mean, we know that already. Biden's response to yours, I swear, dude, is so demoralizing. How the hell do we do more here? I mean, there's nothing you can do in this situation. What do you want me to lie to you? Yeah, here, I'll tell you. Vote harder, okay? Fucking vote harder, chat. You didn't vote hard enough. What you can do in this situation is things I can't say, okay? That's it. Like, I can't. I have no say in this process, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I can't say anything. Okay? I can't. I don't want to fucking be deplatformed. I don't want to lose, you know, everything I have. I can't. And also, on top of that, like, I don't even know if that is going to be helpful in the situation. But if I speak, I am in big trouble. Here, let's listen to Supreme Court confirming the draft opinion.
This is back with a statement from the court. Pete? The Supreme Court is basically confirming that this is a real leak. And it's also announcing that the Chief Justice has directed the court's marshal, who is the top.
The real solution is for you to spend more time attacking Democrats. That helps. Dude, you are fucking brain dead, my dude. You are fucking so personally, horrifyingly brain dead. What happened, dude? Every Democrat is like a victim of a fucking massive traffic accident. The way that they approach politics is like, did you get in a car crash? Is that what's going on? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better. What do I always say? Show me the fucking pay stub. Show me the pay stub. If you are currently working at the behest of the DNC, show me the pay stub. I mean, I'll still shit on you because you're an immoral piece of shit, but show me the pay stub. Are you a DNC employee? Because if you're defending the Democratic Party's malfeasance, its negligence, its malpractice, at this stage, you're a fucking psycho. You're the biggest cuck I've ever seen in my entire life. I want the Democratic Party to be more like Republicans, okay? Not in the way that they, you know, not in ideologically, obviously, but in the way that the Republican Party actually gets shit done. Why can't the Democrats fucking get shit done? Why? Oh, our infallible institutions, like, oh, we must defend them. Like, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Shut the fuck up. I don't think promoting voter apathy is helping either. Dude, I am a political commentator with very limited influence, okay? Very limited influence on the internet. If you think that I can create voter apathy, but the Democratic Party's fucking malpractice in the face of so much injustice, when they have both the fucking Senate and the Congress and the White House, you are fucking fundamentally broken. You are the reason why the Democratic Party keeps fucking losing voters. Okay? You're an idiot. I'm sorry. You're a fucking dumbass. And that's probably why you think like Bernie is the reason for 2016 or some shit. You know what I mean? Because people didn't suck it the fuck up and like want to vote for a historically unpopular Democratic candidate that the establishment Democrat thought was a shoo-in. Shut the fuck up. My point is exactly this. We need to clean our fucking house, dude. Okay? I've been voting for the Democratic Party for far too fucking long. We need to clean the house. We need to fix it. We need to get Democrats to do something. And they're never going to do anything because they don't care. Because they have idiots like you and your fucking dumbass, idiotic, blue-anon parents who fucking watch Rachel Maddow and freak the fuck out every night when they see like, I don't know, Cyrillic messaging somewhere. They're like, they have a fucking aneurysm. They're like, Russia! They're no different than the Republicans in that respect. They're just like accidentally on the right side when it comes to like aesthetically backing not murdering gay people on the fucking streets. That's it. Okay? That's it. You're a fucking idiot. Stop defending the Democratic Party. You're a fucking dumbass. I get why the Democratic Party is operating in the way that it does. Because there's cucks like you in the fucking voter base that don't give a shit. They're going to fucking end up voting no matter what. They're going to vote. They're going to vote. They're going to vote harder. They're going to vote harder. And then they're going to yell at motherfuckers like me who do end up voting, but still are like, hey, can you do something for once? Can you like actually do something? Can we just get anything done, please? Can we have like one campaign promise? One. Okay? Because Republicans aren't even winning and they're still fucking pushing their agenda. Okay? Republicans are losing and they're still able to fucking spear dick their nefarious, horrible, violent agenda. Meanwhile, you're out here defending the Democratic Party who just can't get anything done. Oh man, fuck, dude, it's crazy. It's just because we only have 50 senators, dude. If we only had like, oh fuck, if we only had 60. Oh wait, when we did have 60 under Obama, we still couldn't get anything done because then, we have Joe Lieberman. Oh, shut up. You're so unrealistic. You're so unrealistic. No, I'm not advocating to abstain from voting, okay? Because I don't know any other way of like forcing the Democratic Party to actually do the bidding of the citizens that vote for the Democratic Party. I don't know. Other than labor militancy, okay? Other than organizing, there is no fucking way. And if you look at the Black Lives Matter protests as an indication, it doesn't even matter if in the absence of like actual labor organizing, when you have protests in the streets and you fucking burn down police stations or whatever the fuck, you still don't get change done, okay? Because the Democratic Party still doesn't care. Jim Clyburn will come out and literally be like, BLM protests are the reason why we're fucking losing, okay? That's it. The only way to get anything done historically under a bourgeois dictatorship has been through labor militancy. That's it. That's the only way. Look at that. Look at what happened with the Black Lives Matter protests. Did we get anything? Immediately, what did the Democratic Party do in the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests? What did they do? First thing that they did was not listen to the interests of the people in the streets, okay? And find a way to shift attention and immediately fucking, commodify the BLM stuff and then create their own counter to the demands, right? And and the counters were what? 8 can't wait. Okay, it was basically federalizing, chokehold bans, and that still didn't pass. That did not pass. They failed to pass that, and now they're giving cops more money. They literally created a concession before they even got to the table, and then they couldn't even pass that, and they're fucking increasing police funding. So tell me, what have they done? Even when you march, even when you fucking raise cities, okay, when you burn them to the ground like the way that Republicans think is happening, there's nothing going on. They're not going to do anything. They're going to tell you to shut the fuck up. Okay? I don't know what to do other than just fucking, I hate this, but it's the truth. You know, just specifically hyper-focus on wherever you can and do community organizing, help in your communities wherever you can. This is so decentralized, it's so fucking anarchist, but it's just the truth. It's the unfortunate, like, you know, short-term solution. As Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House always says, like, the expectation now is for every fucking person that lives in a city with, like, severe homelessness is to be a social worker on their fucking trek to work. That's it. You see a homeless person there, you gotta, like, you know, if they're fucking yelling at you or trying to spit on you or whatever the fuck, you just have to, like, avoid and try to help them a little bit. That's your job now. That's like what you are supposed to do, because there's no systemic solution. There will never be a systemic solution. It's too complex. It would hurt the profit motive for homeowners, like, you know what I mean? And that's a really big vehicle for investment for a lot of Americans. Okay? So you just have to do that. You literally have to be a social worker when you see a homeless person, because there's no other solution to it. You have to avoid them eating trash and stuff and act like that's not happening. Look the other way, okay? And just like that, the same thing for abortions and the same thing for everything else that's going on currently, okay? You have to do basically that. You have to just fucking help as many people as you possibly can. Why should we honestly keep voting for these people? Like, actually, because the alternative is even worse, okay? Because when the Republicans fucking win, they push for even worse shit. So I don't have anything. I just don't have anything. I don't have any. It's all you can. It's the most important, least important thing you can do, okay? It's the most consequential, least important thing you can do. But it doesn't matter, because even when you vote for them, the Republicans still win. Unpause. Here you go.
Enforcement official in the court to investigate what happened. Let me read to you the full text of a brief statement that the chief just put out. He says, to the extent this betrayal of the confidences of the court was intended to undermine the integrity of our operations, it will not succeed. The work of the court will not be affected in any way. He says, we at the court are blessed to have a workforce, permanent employees and law clerks alike, intensely loyal to the institution and dedicated to the rule of law. Court employees have an exemplary and important tradition of respecting the confidentiality of the judicial process and upholding the trust of the court. This was a singular and egregious breach of that trust. And
so the breach of that trust. I don't care if the Supreme Court crumbles into the fucking ground, okay? I do not care if the Supreme Court burns to the goddamn ground, all right? I don't care.
That is an affront to the court and the community of public servants who work here. And then he says, in conclusion, I have directed the marshal of the court to launch an investigation into the source of the leak. That's the Chief Justice, John Roberts, speaking. You're looking at him now. File video of him presiding over one of the Trump impeachment trials. But this is a confirmation, Andrea, that this was, in fact, a leak. I mean, one of the problems with the court not saying whether it was going to have an investigation is they certainly wouldn't investigate a non-leak. So the fact that they are investigating this is, in essence, their confirmation that this really was a leak.
I don't care. They're like cutting
Just
so many.
Our Chief White House correspondent.
Okay, here we
Cecilia
go. How
Vergara,
this
Chief
can
Legal
affect
Analyst
millions.
Dan Abrams. And Cecilia, let me begin with you. Shocking for the country, shocking for this White House.
Yeah, George, exactly. Now, look, the president just released a statement, so let me tell you what he is saying. He says, quote, we do not know whether this draft is genuine or whether it reflects the final decision of the court, but he says he believes that a woman's right to choose is fundamental and that if the court does overturn Roe, that this will fall on elected officials to protect a woman's right to choose. He is looking ahead right now to those midterms in November, saying voters are going to have to elect pro-choice officials, and he wants Congress to codify Roe v. Wade into law. But that effort, as we know, is currently stalled on Capitol Hill. Look, it is tough to overstate just how seismic this news here is here in Washington. You've got conservatives who are opposed to abortion rights praising this decision while blasting the leak itself and calling for an investigation into how this document got out.
What a bunch of freaks, by the way. Like, holy shit, dude. all I see are fucking failed abortions every time I see these dumb motherfuckers running around like pushing for this shit. Oh my Lord, dude.
You've got Democrats sounding the alarm, saying the breach doesn't even begin to compare with what's at stake. You've got Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer out with a scathing statement this morning. George, they are saying the Supreme Court is poised to inflict the greatest restriction of rights in the past 50 years, not just on women, but on all Americans.
Okay, Dan, take everybody behind the scenes here. These draft opinions are written all the time, likely after oral arguments, dated February 10th. This is the way the justices do their work.
Correct. They first have a meeting, a conference, where they decide sort of where do they basically stand. Then someone's assigned to write the opinion. In this case, it would be Justice Alito. That opinion is then distributed for discussion. Now, it is more than just oh, hey, this is something I was thinking about. This is Justice Alito's initial draft opinion based on that conference, based on these agreements and understandings about who's on which side. But there certainly have been cases where justices have changed their side, that alliances have shifted, but it is unusual. So expect to see the language change for certain from what we see here, but don't likely expect to see the numbers change, although it's possible.
Terry Moran, the missing man here, Chief Justice John Roberts, of course.
What about the strategic failure of the DNC by not having RBG resign under Obama so they could codify Roe while also nominating another justice? Yes. No, I said that already. It's fucking insane. If I only... Susan Sarandon, I hope you're happy. If I only hadn't voted for Susan Sarandon. Yeah, I mean, I did. I voted for Susan Sarandon, too. So, bye. Dude, it's the same fucking concept. It's like hating Jane Fonda. Like, I'll never forgive you, Jane Fonda. Hanoi Jane, fuck you. Like, it's liberals are just as fucking reactionary and just as stupid. Just because they're liberals doesn't mean that they're like somehow smart, okay? Just remember that.
Of course, some would think that maybe he would be trying to work behind the scenes to alter that opinion to see.
They're going to blame Bernie Bros soon? What do you mean? They already been blaming Bernie Bros.
If he could shift one of the five to a slightly different position.
That's right, and there may have been indications that he was trying to do that. That's one of the theories as to who might have leaked this. But Chief Justice Roberts has been an institutionalist. He doesn't want the court to take giant steps rewriting constitutional law and transforming life in America. He thinks that will damage the court's credibility. The conservatives say Roe is wrong and needs to go.
Dan, if this does hold, if there are 5 votes to overturn Roe v. Wade, it's going to accelerate a process in the country that we're already seeing every state going its own way.
Right. And remember, there are some states that still have laws on the books banning abortion, just waiting for Roe to be overturned. So you're going to see, 20 or so states, maybe a little more, which are banning abortion outright. You're going to see the purple states, which may restrict abortion more than it is today. And then you may see in some of the blue states actually making it more accessible for abortion. But you're going to see it state by state decide, none of these sort of legal battles over the number of weeks.
That's to say, we don't know exactly when the final opinion is going to come out. We do know it's likely to have a big impact on the midterms.
George, the polling on this has been consistent. The majority of Americans believe that the Supreme Court should uphold Roe v. Wade. It's been that way for years, but abortion really has not been at the top of the list of concerns for voters in this country for a long time now. This was really shaping up to be a midterm about kitchen table issues on the economy and inflation, but we are now seeing Democrats using this already to really rally their base. This is just the start of what...
How are we going to rally the bases, by the way? What are they going to do? What are the bases supposed to do when they're rallied? Can someone tell me what the bases are going to do? You're missing so much content on Amber v. Depp thing, cocaine hidden in her private parts, and other twisted stuff's being discussed right now. Dude, you are literally a fucking 6-month subscriber. The right to for women to be able to fucking have autonomy over their own bodies is being taken away, and you're literally fucking losing your mind over an Amber Heard trial that we can watch again later, okay? Holy fuck. I mean, this is fundamentally important shit here. Jesus Christ, dude.
What's going to be a really heated next...
And the thing is, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna watch it, okay? But you're like, watch Amber Heard.
6 months to come.
Well, hey there.
Anyway, we already I'm probably gonna watch it now. Jesus Christ. Because I think I've covered it from all fucking angles, with the exception of, hold on, there was another thing that I was gonna talk about. What else was I going to say? There was some other shit that I wanted to talk about. Well-argued thread explains the most likely source of the league is a right-wing clerk hoping to lock in the radical Alito draft as new law. Yeah. So here is the possibility that it's a right-wing clerk on this thread. Supreme Court clerks, the kind of liberal students who end up at the court, are not an activist bunch. They are enormously risk-averse and rule-abiding. Hard to see how one of them blows their career out of the water in this way. What benefit? Leaking is much more the style of conservatives right now. Think about what Justice Thomas is doing as a model for a clerk here, making a mockery of the court's recusal rules regarding his wife's role in the January 6th coup attempts. Conservatives have shown that they're willing to break the public trust in the court to get their way. If you want the liberal view, read Justice Breyer's recent book. He literally called it The Peril of Politics. Conservatives also know that the leak will be blamed on the left, distracting from how devastating the reversal of Roe will be to the credibility of the court. The career consequences of someone found out are far smaller on the right than left, too, I'd wager. There's no way. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is like a brave fucking liberal clerk that leaked it or a right-wing psycho who did it. And I've talked about that already in the beginning. Could be. It could be either. It's ultimately doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? I only care about like what this decision means when enacted. And what this decision means is something that we have covered, but not enough. And I'm going to cover that right now. That was the other part of it. Because a lot of people are asking, like, what does this mean for the future of America? Like, for the future of American women, what will happen? And the immediate consequence of this. The immediate consequence of this is trigger laws that are in 13 states that will magically and automatically criminalize abortion in different ways, with a total of 26 states possibly criminalizing abortion shortly thereafter. What that means is if you are a woman in one of these states, if you're a person who's trying to get an abortion, you're fucked. Unless you're like super rich and can avoid the consequences of criminal punishment. Like fly around, go to a different state, all that good stuff. Here, I'm trying to find the list right now. There's countless videos of women telling their abortion experiences pre-Roe v. Wade, and it's fucking jaw-dropping. Yeah.
Now,
here, Daily Wire host Matt Walsh, theocratic fascist.
I should say that in my case,
it means that the liberty and the due process clause of the 14th Amendment also doesn't protect gay or interracial marriage, access to contraception, sodomy, and abortion. All of those instances where the 14th Amendment is being used to say that the government is not allowed to interfere in your business without due process, can be undermined. And it's an effort that's been around since like the early 1900s. It's not new, but it seems like the Supreme Court is finally getting the conservative supermajority together to be able to do something about it. So a lot of other liberties that we are taking for granted currently will be left up to the states. You know, that old states' rights shit, okay? Is it possible Politico faked the leak? No, it's not. They already confirmed it because they're looking for a leak, therefore basically admitting that
I don't claim that democracy is my highest value or priority. That's what they say. I think there are things higher and more important than that, which is why overturning Roe is a great and necessary first step and something to certainly celebrate. But it's only a first step as far as I'm concerned. The next step is to abolish.
There you go, dude. There you go. Yeah, someone thought that some fucking intern at Politico wrote a 70-page brief, dude. Using Alito's style, too, by the way. Like, that's what it means if it was fucking fake. Like, like some fucking Politico journalist wrote, 90 pages. Not even 70, 98 pages. It was me. I'm the Politico intern. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. LARPing to that degree. I respect it. You know that you caused abortion rights to go away? This Twitter thread is amazing. Wait, I did? What is this Twitter thread? It's fucking, I'm the salad shooter. K-Hive, Eurasian centrist, neolib shill. Donate to abortion funds below. Old election graphics. What? I mean, dude, this person is like, thank God they're liberals, because I don't think they have access to weapons, because if they did, they would come kill me. I'm going to be honest with you. This is like this person is literally just one step away from being a fucking mass shooter, you know? Like, how is this any different? How is this any fucking different than like the guy who blew himself up in his RV outside of that AT&T facility in fucking Nashville, you know? It's literally, I'm assuming this is a hit list. Look at that. Look at them. Look at the boys. Yeah, this is a public manifesto for a fucking liberal shooter. The liberal drillers, dude, they're out there. They don't have an RV. The only options are to vote harder or anal, and either way, you're getting ass fucked. I live in Nashville, very close to the bombing shit. Shit woke me up. It was the craziest sound I've ever heard. Like the world was vibrating. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. Nearly 1 in 4 women in the U.S. are expected to get an abortion at some point in their lives, according to a 2017 study. If Roe v. Wade is struck down as a leaked draft memo and the U.S. Supreme Court suggests it could be, it will have a major impact on states. States where abortion will likely become illegal if Roe v. Wade is overturned. 18 states have trigger laws. I thought it was 13. My bad. 18 states have trigger laws to ban abortion if Roe is overturned or have a pre-Roe abortion ban still on the books. Just so understand that, like Republicans are just straight demons, okay? When I say they're straight demons, I mean this. This is what I mean. They're literally like, we're waiting for this. We're salivating. Okay? So yeah, if you live in any of these 18 states, like, good luck. Have fun. That's great. They're evil, straight up. Exactly. According to the Guttmacher Institute of research group that supports abortion rights, 58% of U.S. women of reproductive age, or 40 million, live in states that are hostile to abortion. The Supreme Court verified that the document published by Politico was authentic, while noting that the draft opinions can change before a final ruling. That doesn't mean that like any of the Supreme Court justices are going to change their attitudes or opinions. Obviously, I don't think they will do that on this issue. That would be ridiculous. Stop saying sex strike when. Like, that's not a real thing, okay? Good luck. How are you going to do a sex strike to half these motherfuckers that never fuck anyway? What do you mean? They're incels, dude. Oh no, sex strike. Like, how will I survive? I have not had sex with a woman in many years. You know what I mean? Half those dudes don't fuck women, okay? You need to understand. The other half want to. Half of them don't want to begin with. The other half want to but can't. So they haven't in a very long time. The Supreme Court verified the document. Chief Justice the draft opinion about overturning Roe would not ban abortion nationwide, but instead would allow states to drastically restrict or even ban abortion, which it kind of has already been doing for the record, which advocates for reproductive rights say could have seismic consequences for the country. More than 20 states have laws that can restrict or ban abortion soon after the Supreme Court overturns Roe, according to Guttmacher. One type of statute called a trigger law is designed to take effect after a Supreme Court ruling. Some states also have, like I said, pre-Roe abortion bans that the books have not enforced. Other laws express the intent of states to crack down on abortion if permitted by the Supreme Court. So they're waiting for it. You know what I mean? States that continue to allow abortion could see an influx of patients seeking care. So that's one of the things that's probably going to happen. For example, after Texas enacted its roughly 6-week ban on abortion last year, some residents began to get abortions out of state. In the final 4 months of last year, Planned Parenthood clinics in states near Texas reported an 800% increase in abortion patients from Texas compared to the same period in prior years. Women of color will bear the brunt of the further abortion restrictions. Obviously, black and Hispanic women get abortions at higher rates than their peers. Women of color are also often poor and could have a harder time traveling out of state for abortion. So there's that as well. Can we stop using the term Hispanic? That's what you got out of this. I love that. That's my favorite type of person, dude. Thank you. I just... I don't know what to say. I mean, that's a perfect representation of like the left has no power, right? We have no power. We have no organizational tools. We have no way to demonstrate our power, right? We have numbers, but we have no way to unite. We have no vector to showcase our might, okay? But even with like the fraction of organizational capabilities that we do have, like even in that situation, when you have like a tiny fraction here of 38,000 people like trying to learn something, you still got motherfuckers who are like, bro, you got to change. You got to aesthetically change the way you're operating, like hyper focusing on all the wrong things. And I don't know how to deal with that. I really don't. It's like, see, there's still dudes in here. Like, you should call them Latinx, not Hispanic. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that, okay? I'm not doing Latinx, okay? Latinx. I'm not doing that. Sorry. I've literally never met a fucking Latino person or Hispanic person ever who's been like, can you please correct me on this in the real world? Maybe you do it here, but like, look, go listen to Democracy Now, okay? They do it there. Latinx. Why would I undermine my own relatability with a fucking audience of people that are going to look at me like I'm clearly an outsider who does not comprehend basic like community demands? There's nothing more like white liberal than fucking saying Latinx. I'm sorry. It's just like study after study has shown this. And now we're having a fucking idiotic conversation around it. Anyway. Yeah, Chicanx. Hispanic and Latino aren't even the same thing. I know. Okay. 60% of Latinos vote for GOP. Why would they respect gender neutral pronouns? Okay, but like even the ones that don't fucking think that is like normal. And I get why. You're about to go trend on Twitter now? Please. Like Latine, it makes more sense than Latinx, okay? Because of what I just said. Latinx would be Latinx. Shut up. Just shut up. No one's on your side. Shut up. Anyway. Yeah, it's weird. I don't get who is defending it because it's not us. No, there are like actual queer activists, like queer Latine activists that get upset about it, okay? For sure. But ultimately, like the overwhelming majority, one, because of obviously transphobia, and two, because that's just not how the fucking Spanish language works, gets frustrated at it, okay? Anyway, limits on abortion access can lead to negative long-term health effects. A major study from the University of California, San Francisco found that women are harmed by being denied abortions. The women surveyed who gave birth had economic hardships that lasted for several years, were more likely to raise the child alone, and were at a higher risk of developing serious health problems than those who had abortions. Some blue states are already taking steps to enshrine the right to abortion in state law, from Colorado to New Jersey and also Connecticut as well. Democratic governors have signed laws protecting reproductive rights and announced their intention to be able to provide abortion services to people who live in the states where the procedure is restricted. Like Connecticut is a great example of this, where they will literally give you the capacity to countersue if, like, for example, you're from Texas and you went to fucking Connecticut to get an abortion, and then you were sued by someone in the fucking state of Texas, you could countersue, and that's where we're at now, and that's what the future looks like. And this is an old school. I mean, Squirrel once again with a super old school graphic. We'll do whatever we can to protect your life. Now you're on your own. Get a job, moocher. Hope your tramp mom doesn't want stamps to feed you or medical insurance. I mean, this is like some straight boomer shit, but yeah, this is a vintage comic showcasing once again that conservatives don't give a fuck about like human lives at all, or children, or anything for that matter. They just want violence. Okay, let's see what this fucking theocratic fascist piece of shit has to say.
But it's only a first step, as far as I'm concerned. The next step is to abolish abortion and criminalize it nationwide. The next step is to essentially do what idiot leftists think is already happening. They think that overturning Roe v. Wade means that abortion is abolished nationwide. That's not what it means. But that's what they're worried about, and that's actually what we should try to do. As always, with the left, I take a, I'll give you something to cry about approach with the left. You're going to cry about it, then, I'll give you something to cry about. Let's go ahead and criminalize it nationwide. And that is the next fight, and Republicans have to lean into it. Because the die is cast. The greatest cultural battle of our lives doesn't end now. It begins. Democrats are going to do everything in their power, and everything not in their power, to usurp the Supreme Court decision and ensure that babies continue to die at the same rate or at a higher rate than...
Babies continue to die. They're not babies, dude. Dude, I like... Elon Musk's fucking free speech defense is going to be fucking hitting the barrier, okay? I've never wanted to violate Twitter terms of service and every other platform terms of service more than these past two fucking, Bro, you literally just did that. Wait, what do you mean? I can't stop saying Elon Musk, like the Chinese Elon Musk. But I can't stop myself. I'm very close to violating terms of service. I'm going to try to not do it, and I haven't. I've been able to do that. I'll give you something to cry about. It's something black parents typically say to misbehaving children before a correction of their behavior. Matt Walsh could not be a bigger bitch. Truly, I would suplex him Zangief style into a fucking wood chipper in a video game. Of course, you're saying that. Obviously, not real life. Never do that. We do not think violence is acceptable here, except for, the structural violence that conservatives routinely enact upon marginalized people by, like, forcing them to fucking carry pregnancies to term, like women are just fucking straight up baby incubators. That kind of structural violence is totally appropriate. You could justify that all the time. That kind of brutality is so senseless, and yet, you can openly advocate for it. But if you were to turn around and be like, hey, maybe I will strap Claymore to your fucking body, okay? And have you live with the consequences for as long as you wish to. I mean, there's no problem. There's no problem there. If I say something like that, for example, in a video game, if I said that, then that's like unacceptable. That sort of thing is considered to be a direct act of violence. I mean, I'm using this as a theoretical extent of what free speech protects and what it doesn't. You know what I mean? Understand that. When you defend structural violence, you can always do that. It is always legal, okay? When you are advocating for the police to, like, beat the shit out of protesters, that's always appropriate. That's always acceptable. You can never, however, redirect that anger individually back at the person who is, defending this senseless fucking violence. Because that's what it is. Forcing women to behave like baby incubators and forcing women to carry pregnancies to term, regardless of what their own personal interest is in this matter, what their own wishes are in this matter, is violence. It's straight up. That's it. Right? That's violence. It's structural violence, it's systemic violence, so it's not considered violence. It's also not considered violence because the people that have a lot, privileged people, people that come from affluent backgrounds, you know, mistresses of the Republicans, they will be able to avoid the negative consequences of said laws, right? They can violate said laws regularly. And the people that are victim to this kind of violence, okay, state-enforced pregnancy, state enforcing, you know, pregnancies to be carried to term, locking you in for perpetuity, pretty much, okay, and debt that comes along with it. That is only going to impact, you know, black women, brown women, women that are just poor overall, you know, victims. So no one cares. Fetus deletus alacablamo? Yeah.
Before. Republicans must respond not by declaring victory and then
Anarchists arc the existence of the state is by default violent. Hasan, the government must be abolished. Okay, dude, I'm not. Because I understand the difference between structural violence doesn't mean that, like, you know, sometimes structural violence can be done for, I guess, good.
and just washing their hands of the issue, not by hiding from it, but by pushing back in the other direction. They, the Democrats, want to codify abortion nationwide. We have to push to criminalize it. There's no escaping the fight now. You're either with us or against us on this. And that goes for every elected Republican.
Missouri bill seeks to make abortions for ectopic pregnancies illegal in restrictive legislation. A bill proposed by Representative Brian Seitz seeks to criminalize the production, sale, purchase, or use of medical devices or drugs used for abortion. Ectopic pregnancies are ones that where the carrier is will die, by the way. Like they're saying, like, we don't give a fuck. You will, you'll die. Now, I don't believe that this is real, for the record, because no one will go out of their way to, like, openly state it. This probably is a unintentional consequence of that, of said bill, and the People magazine is using this as an opportunity to, like, make it seem as though it is directionally, it's directionally posted for that reason. You know what I mean? It's stated in the bill, the House legislation proposed that the offense of trafficking and abortion, including devices or drugs, is a Class A felony if the abortion was performed or induced or was attempted to be performed or induced on a woman who has... Oh my God. Wait, what? Brian Seitz, a Republican who introduced the bill, heard Wednesday, seeks to criminalize the production... Wait, what?
Thank you, Mr. President. And my question is, starts on page 3 on line 9.
No, he's actually specifically stating it. Oh, he's literally saying, like, no, the fucking potential, the potential fetus in the womb is more important than the carrier. Oh, shit. I thought that was like, whoa, okay, that's cool. That's like when they fucking go balls to the wall and they will, say, like, no, even in cases of rape, that's still a baby. It is morally, it's morally consistent. If you think every fucking fertilized egg is a baby, is a potential baby nonstop, and you think that that's a person and needs to be protected, then technically, even a rape child, a rape fetus is still a fetus. Even an incestuous rape fetus is still a potential life. So it is morally consistent. For Republicans. That doesn't mean it's right, though. For all the debate perverts in the chat who are like, wait a minute, moral consistency, that must mean that they're in the right. Just understand that, like, just because you are morally consistent doesn't mean you're correct. Just like when people are morally inconsistent, that doesn't mean that they are magically and automatically in the wrong, okay? Humanity is simply just more complicated than your hyper-rational way of approach that is devoid of any sort of nuance.
We have a bullet there where no pun intended, which states that abortion is okay to remove an ectopic pregnancy. And can you explain to me why that exception is in there?
Thank you for the question. This is language I didn't focus on too much. Oh, it's what abortion does not include. I cannot say why that particular language is in here, but to me it would be common sense to put that language in here.
Senator Hamilton, you're recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. President. But a child...
Ectopic means that the fertile egg is attached somewhere away from the main cavity of the uterus, becoming really dangerous. These guys are crazy. Yeah, no, like, it kills you. It kills the carrier. If you have an ectopic pregnancy, it's like you're going to die. The mother is going to die in that situation. And there's no guarantee the baby survives either. If there is, I mean, there's no baby. It just kills you. There's just, that's it. The fetus fucking kills the carrier.
Who is, in fact...
And so is the fetus. The fetus is going to die too.
Living out part of his or her early life as the unfortunate circumstance of being an ectopic pregnancy is in fact still a unique human being with its own DNA. And I wonder, I guess I just don't understand why we've created an exception where we allow those children to be murdered, but not the others.
Thank you for the question. We provided very limited exceptions in this bill, but I can...
You know, because they're not children and they're not being murdered.
can only speak to support of the bill's language.
Senator Hamilton, you're recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. President. The same kind of general gist on page 4. Remember, our goal is to protect unborn children. The implication, or the unstated implication, would be we want to protect unborn children except those who are the product of rape or incest.
Dude, when I see stuff like this, I just want to grab a stapler and fucking staple these dudes from their dick skin directly to someone on life support, okay? Just, sorry, you just have to be there, you know? I'm gonna fucking take an actual stapler in a video game and staple you directly into the wall next to someone, okay? It's just like, you gotta understand it a little bit. You gotta understand like a fraction of the fucking punishment that you are applying to people. So, you know, maybe we should do that in VR. Like I said, in a video game, the video game of VR. Fuck, I can't think of a VR video game right now. In No Pixel, yeah. In the metaverse.
Or those who...
But by the way, the rape exception is also a dog shit one too, for the record. Like, because in order for a rape exception to actually work, you have to have a working criminal justice system that actually punishes rapists. Because you have to have a rape conviction in that situation. How much time does it take for a fucking rape conviction to go through? You're literally having a baby in that process. So there's that too. The idea that like whenever people say like, oh, well, there has to be like rape exceptions, like even that's bullshit. Because, you know, historically speaking, our criminal justice system isn't exactly great at parsing through rape and sexual assault and crimes of that nature.
Who happen to be in an ectopic pregnancy. And I wonder how we square that with the idea of justice for all, in that we're killing a person because his daddy was a rapist or an incestual creep.
Homie is straight up defending forcing women to carry little girls to carry pregnancy to term if their fucking fathers raped them. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're saying. It's okay to place blame as long as it's a proportional response. For the SCOTUS abortion decision are 1 Trump voters, 2 Trump, 3 Mitch McConnell, 4 the SCOTUS justices, 5 stayed in the GOP, and yes, 6 those who didn't take the threat seriously enough to vote Hillary. Yeah, this is just pure fucking lib shit, dude. It's libtriol, okay? It's liberal vitriol. David Pacman is a progressive person. Or, you know, has been like a progressive person. I don't know why he said this. Like, there's no blame for the establishment Democrats in this circumstance. Like, I'm sorry. That's fucking bananas, okay? Like, the ranking is true, right? Yeah, Democrats, or Republicans are primarily the responsible party in this situation, and the Republican voters are primarily the responsible party in the situation. But like, how are you not going to fucking shift any of the blame over to the establishment Democrats that, one, didn't pursue the codification of Roe v. Wade for the past 50 fucking years, even when they had a filibuster-proof majority. Okay, two, refused to whip their own fucking ranks appropriately and refused to take on any of the blame. Three, didn't take the fucking threat of Trump seriously enough and only put forward Hillary Clinton, a bad candidate. Like, Praxis is making ranked lists of who to blame. Yeah, it's just not good. I don't agree with that. David Libman. Okay. Man, fuck these guys straight up. Oh yeah, we already read through the analysis here as well. Reading through the leaked decision, Alito makes it clear that Obergefell and Lawrence will be overturned. That means same-sex marriage will be illegal again in 30 plus states and homosexuality illegal in 12. It's not if, but when. This is a stage 5 cancer diagnosis for LGBT rights. Most states are gerrymandered to the point where changing the state legislature is impossible. Those same states generally prohibit voter-initiated ballot initiatives. The notion neoliberals never want to look at themselves. Truly incredible to the lesson that so many loud voices on social media seem to have gleaned from the current news is that voting doesn't matter. The worst, most incorrect, most incoherent, most ahistorical, most mind-numbingly counterproductive take possible. Amazing. I voted in 2020 and this happened anyways. Friend, who told you that a singular vote in a single election could have stopped this from happening? Point to them. Then why, dude? Hutch, you have to at a certain. I mean, Hutch is like gone. There's no salvaging that. It just explain to the average person. Explain to the fucking average American citizen. First of all, it's every Democrat. Every vote is the most important vote. Every vote is the most consequential vote. You vote for us, and we fucking defeat. You vote for us, and we make sure Republicans don't take away abortion. Okay? They say it all the time. That's literally all. Like every single fucking election, Democrats say that. Every single one. They're saying that right now. When they say vote for us so it doesn't happen, they're literally saying exactly that. But like at a certain point, Democrats have to do something, right? If your immediate fucking reaction is to like defend the Democratic Party when like they are clearly fucking not doing enough, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you just don't want it. You don't want it. You don't want the Democrats to do anything. You just don't give a shit. You don't care.
At eight weeks,
I mean, this was awesome. This was a classic. This is a certified banger from this comedian guy talking to Charlie Kirk about abortion, right? Here, let's take a look.
At 8 weeks, we have tails. At 8 weeks, an embryo has tails. Do humans have tails, Charlie?
I'm sorry, what?
Serious question. Do human beings have tails?
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the
question. Do human beings have tails? Do you have a tail?
You know, I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the...
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This...
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
It was at this moment that he fucked up.
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look, but quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin... In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
So let me
you
ask
go to
you a
SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium. Get the human babies...
I love this. It's one of my favorite videos. It's just so good. Okay? It's so fucking good. He just absolutely... And he just keeps stabbing him, too. With the whole, like, you go to SeaWorld? You go to SeaWorld... And there's a 60-second ad break coming, which is also like a prison. Think about it. This reminds me of Foucault's biopolitics. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Moon Sanim, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the top of the hour ads. If you no longer want to see those ads either, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Shouldn't read Foucault, not because his theory is wrong, but because he is French. I agree. 6-second ad break is Amazon's Panopticon. Bro, don't shit on philosophy nerds. You believe in something called dialectical materialism. You should rather use your dialect to materialize some bitches, nerd. This is why I will never click on any of your fucking 45-minute theory videos, okay? No, I don't even know what you're talking about. What is dialectical materialism? I don't know what you're saying, dude. I'm just a dude, okay? I don't know any of those words that you said. None of those words are in the Bible. Okay, here's the only dialectic you need to focus on, which is, you know, me serving you the 1-minute ad break. Yeah. Is. Please bully my fellow philosophy nerds into being socially normal. That will never happen. That will never happen. Just like, oh God, it's the worst. If there was one thing I would abolish in college campuses, it would be philosophy. All I'm saying is you can't bully someone into being normal when they have personally decided to fucking study and pursue philosophy as a major. They know that they have literally zero shot at any future career, okay? And also on top of that, unlike, I don't know, a communication degree or something, which is also bullshit and like not great at like a viable career, at least like, you know, you're also not a no pussy having ass motherfucker. You know what I mean? No bitches. What is happening in the court? What the fuck is this?
You have to stop meeting like this. People will talk, you know. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. Hey, how are you?
Democrats aren't going to do anything. The left can only do things on its own. You can admit all the new Dems coming into power, like all Pete Buttigieg types. I already said that. I'm also obviously joking. Liv Agar to the Good Podcast, connecting the government's response to COVID to Foucault's idea of biopolitics. Give it a listen. No shot. I will not learn philosophy, okay? I don't know what philosophy is, and you will never get me to learn philosophy. Okay, give me the highlights. I know some of you fucking nerds were watching this, okay? Give me the highlights. You're not joking, you hate philosophy? Fuck you. I mean, I am joking, but also philosophy nerds are fucking relentless and kind of annoying and super elitist. I know that Amber Heard tried to dismiss and the judge said no. It's just like a lot of philosophy nerds are super arrogant. Not my client, psychology woman testified and shat on Depp. While Hasan being an ass about people's majors and careers, I'm obviously just joking. First of all, I never was being an ass about people's careers. If you fucking studied philosophy in college, you don't have a career. Okay, come on. Like you might have a job at Starbucks, but you don't have a career.
Oh my. Okay, dude.
Who's that? Who that? Wait, is that the fucking therapist? Damn, shots fired. All of this coming from a poli-sci major? Dude, I'm literally the only, for the record, I'm the only poli-sci major on the planet currently doing something that's tangentially related to his major. Okay? So, yeah. So, yeah, it's true. Liara, who is this person? Literally just posted Ben Shapiro on abortion. Weeby, you have fucking brain cancer, dude. I like, you fucking follow Bill Maher and Ben Shapiro and all of these fucking freaks just so you can post them in here. Nobody who has read Being and Time has ever enjoyed life ever. So the thing I'll say is like, you know, lib posting, who is a lib, by the way, probably one of the only sane philosophy majors I know, but also as someone who has documented their progress over the course of the, I guess, past year or so that I've been, you know, friends with them on Twitter and whatnot, I would go so far as to say that, like, she's going down that fucking pipeline too. Okay, you gotta stop yourself. Sometimes there is such a thing as reading too many books. Okay. My brother did poli-sci and environmental science, a double major. Now he's reluctantly doing consulting at McKinsey. Contra is a successful philosophy major. Yeah, because she abandoned it. Also, she lived literally a fucking philosopher tier list. So that's what I mean. It's like, no, you're just jealous. You need to read some more books. No, I'm good, man. I'm so happy. Don't look up which philosopher signed the French petition against age of consent laws. Worst mistake of my life. What a great thing to say to avoid conservatives strawmanning the fuck out of us. Wait, what? Justice Alito is wild and out. Alito's draft heavily references English legal precedent, including that of famed jurist Saint Matthew Hale, who, it should be noted, had at least 2 women executed for witchcraft and wrote a treatise supporting marital rape. I mean, good ideas. What do you mean? That's closer to the authentic. That's closer to the authentic traditional attitude that those who wrote the Constitution had. I haven't read a book in 5 years and I'm the sanest chatter. Her dad was a PhD philosophy professor. How did you come to your antinatalist takes without reading a book? I don't even know what antinatalism is. All I'm saying is it is inherently a selfish act to give birth to someone who is incapable of consenting. I don't know what that means. Stop using your big words on me, okay? I mean, but I'm also a selfish person, so I don't give a shit. But I love chatters being like, that's antinatalism 101. What? You guys are so stupid, dude. What the fuck? What, dude? You're doing it. You're doing antinatalism. Do you not understand? I can't read, chatters. I don't know how to read. Stop thinking I know anything. I don't. And I certainly do not know how to read. You can't make me. Okay. Does anyone have good fucking highlights of this shit? Other than this attractive woman.
See?
I don't. Who is
cameraman?
This
really, dude? Really, dude? Cameraman?
Dr. Hughes, can you
guys,
the tests?
This is some storytelling.
Yes, I can. I administered.
Oh, it's a psychologist that testified before. Yeah. You're just a dumb ape. I am. It's always funny. I always say I'm a dumb idiot, and then people will turn around and be like, you're a dumb idiot, dude. It's like, yeah, I know. I said it first. You can't turn around and fucking say the same thing.
And what did you say
Okay,
in
here's the
response when
highlights.
Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny."
Wait, what the fuck? There's a full recap from April 26th, dog. I don't want the full recap. I want today's highlights.
Thank you. Your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can only assume that Mr. Chu wrote that speech for an audience outside the court because it didn't really address my arguments. I'm going to focus on what our specific arguments are for the motion to strike, Your Honor. Mr. Chu spent almost 30 minutes of the court's time talking about the disputed evidence of physical abuse in this case, which Ms. Heard hasn't even put on her case. And I can tell you she's not the abuser. And if the case moves forward, she and her witnesses will put on even more evidence of the physical abuse she suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. But that's not the basis for our motion right now, Your Honor. He talks about how Mr. Depp had a sworn denial and that should count. We read his testimony. He claims he didn't strike her. But again, that's not the basis for our motion. The basis for our motion is the clear and undisputed evidence of non-physical abuse. By his definitions, by his standards, by the standards of his expert, there is no dispute that Mr. Depp abused Amber. And therefore, if he did it even one time, there is no dispute that even under their theory of the case, the implication that they want the jury to draw from the article, which again, I'm not arguing for the purposes.
He's not wrong, for the record, even though Johnny Depp's team is saying, okay, Johnny Depp's team is saying that it is defamation to consider him to be someone who is abusive, a wife abuser, someone who did domestic abuse to Amber Heard. But the reality is, and also what his own couples counselor said, was that there was at least some level of mutual abuse. And if you were to do a debate pervert style fucking argument, you could technically say, although Amber Heard is responsible for the overwhelming majority of abuse, specifically acts of physical violence towards Johnny Depp, there was at least one instance in which Johnny Depp was the first abusive person in the physical party, which would then ultimately mean that you can't say there is, you can't say that like it's a complete fabrication to say that Johnny Depp was not abusive in any capacity. And for the record, the physical act of the physical abusive act that I'm referencing is actually the first one, the private jet incident. Not only is it mutual, however, but it's mostly on top of everything else Amber Heard's fault for routinely picking fights and not letting Johnny Depp leave, and also on top of that, like escalating to acts of physical confrontation, specifically so Johnny Depp is reacting to that level of physical escalation with physical abuse himself. And in all of those situations, I don't think Johnny Depp is responsible for it. She is the instigating party. But if you're going to be technical about it, yes, his own people did openly admit that. His own witnesses, including the marriage counselor, does admit that there is mutual and reactive abuse, therefore implying that Johnny Depp at a certain point throughout the relationship has actually engaged in abuse. Okay? So, for the record, though, I think that this court case is more so about what we're doing right now, which is looking at all of the fucking singular individual instances of abuse and parsing through the information while also taking Johnny Depp's side and understanding Johnny Depp's side as a victim rather than the immediate fucking villain of the story. And in the past, we had only looked at it as Johnny Depp's the villain, Amber Heard is the victim here, or people didn't even care about it, right? So even if it's not legally defamation, right? Even if he loses the defamation suit, he was never going to win over $50 million. Amber Heard doesn't have $50 million in awards to give Johnny Depp anyway. This is about correcting the record. So understand that I think Johnny Depp's ultimate goals of basically changing changing the public attitude about how he was a wife beater and how, you know, he fucking beat the shit out of Amber Heard and how he was abusive. Like Johnny Depp's press or Johnny Depp's PR is dramatically shifting. Johnny Depp's attitude in the public consciousness is dramatically shifting away from him being like the wife beater to someone who was actually a victim of domestic violence. And I do agree. I think that he was a victim of domestic violence, and I do think that he deserves to correct the record on this matter. So yes, I do think that even though he loses this defamation suit in the end, probably, and if he won the defamation suit, I would be surprised and also openly state that, like, it's kind of, you know, the judge there definitely offered a lot of leniency to Johnny Depp's defense team, right? The ultimate goal is still to do this. Straight up. We doing incel shit now? I mean, this isn't just incel shit. Saying that this is incel shit is basically openly admitting that, like, incels are the only ones who are talking about this and should talk about this, and no one else that talks about this can have a serious take on the matter. You know what I mean? It's not good. You offer too much to Amber? I do not. I do not. I think she is a bad person. I think she is an abusive partner. I think she also went so far as to utilize the relationship that she was in with Johnny Depp to turn around and fucking to attack him and to continue the legally speaking. I think what happened with the Sun when the Sun article came out, I think she used that as an opportunity to extend the relationship with Johnny Depp in the same way that she had time and time again in fights. Because whenever Johnny Depp wanted like a post-nuptial agreement, or whenever Johnny Depp wanted to fucking get out of the relationship, she literally fought with him. Right? She fought with him to continue the relationship, to continue the dynamic, to continue the back and forth. And I think like her siding with the Sun and saying like, no, I was a victim of domestic abuse, and like here are all the fucking instances after that amicable split, implies not that she was a fucking brave hero, okay? Not that she was a brave hero, but implies that I think she just wanted to have like one last go at it, you know, be across from him in a fucking court and be in his life in some meaningful capacity. Because once again, I think something that an abusive partner would do that like refuses to let go. The PR damage has been done. No amount of record change will fix that. I disagree. I completely disagree. I think that it's not getting a lot of play in mainstream media, but holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck. I mean, the internet and all matter of independent media is like nonstop covering this. My friend, XQC was covering this, and so was Asmongold on this platform alone. XQC had 120,000 people watching him. Watch a fucking court case. What the fuck does XQC know about the legal process or domestic violence? Are you fucking insane, dude? And 120,000 people were watching him. And I'm telling you right now, like, I'm sure plenty of people were watching Ludwig too. Like, you know, that's no, people fucking care about this shit. Like 100%. More people were watching this shit than they give a fuck about fucking abortion laws. You know what I mean? Like, you're crazy. Depp is going to have a role in a Marvel movie lineup within a year. I mean, I don't really care about what kind of roles he might have, but I like some of the XQC streams. What the hell does he know about laws? I mean, yeah. I mean, my mind has changed. I thought Amber Heard hate was just incel redditorship, but now I more or less agree with your take. So, yeah, I think like, stop making fun of XQC. He is so smarter than you give him credit for. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm the one who says that. Shut up, idiot. You can't come in here and be like, no, I think XQC is very smart. I say it all the time. Yeah, I mean the OG video for this on YouTube had like 250,000 people watching live.
Of today, because under the legal standard, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to waste.
I think he's smart, but that doesn't mean he's like, super knowledgeable about domestic violence statutes or whatever. You know what I mean?
The court's time with that. But even under their standard, the undisputed evidence is that Mr. Depp did commit abuse against Ms. Heard, and therefore that those first two statements were false. That's our argument on that.
Wouldn't even
As to the headline,
be honest about it.
It's funny, Mr. Chu. We played 2 or 3 hours of an ACLU deposition. Now he says, well, that wasn't our witness. It was his witness, Your Honor. He just spent 10 minutes talking about what Mr. Doherty said, and Mr. Doherty testified that the Washington Post wrote the headline. That is the only evidence, Your Honor. I understand he says, well, Exhibit 1 has her name on it. Exhibit 1 has her name on it. But the only evidence in this case about who wrote that headline is Mr. Doherty's testimony. It is undisputed. They could have put anyone else on. They could have called Ms. Heard for that because that was not part of the stipulation at the pretrial conference. It was only the tweet that we talked about, Your Honor, and they chose not to do that. Now, Ms. Heard will testify she didn't write that headline, so it wouldn't have helped them. But they've had 3 weeks to put on their case, Your Honor. They've controlled the playing field.
I want to hear accusations from Amber Heard's psychologist today. Because from what I understand, it's time. And they were pretty fucking severe, apparently.
There is no dispute that Ms. Heard did not write that headline. No dispute. Simply saying, well, her name is attached to it, that can't overcome the testimony of the ACLU. They call them a co-conspirator. Of course, Mr. Depp chose not to sue them. But the testimony of Terrence Doherty that she didn't write that headline, that takes care of the sexual violence headline, Your Honor. And I'm not going to take up any more of the court's time addressing portions of Mr. Chu's argument that don't go to our motion, unless Your Honor has any specific questions. But I want to be respectful.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. For this motion, I've taken the arguments of counsel, and last night I reviewed all of the evidence that has been submitted in this matter. So as to the second and third alleged defamatory statements, at the motion to strike at this juncture, I view the evidence in the light most favorable to the plaintiff and reasonable inferences from the evidence to the plaintiff. And if there is a scintilla of evidence that a reasonable juror could weigh, then the matter survives a motion to strike. In this matter, there is evidence in the case that a jury could weigh that the state.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch all 3 hours. I want to see the fucking highlights, dude. Amber Heard's former nurse, Erin Filati.
Statements were made by the defendant, that the statements were about the plaintiff, that the statement was published, that the statement is false, and the defendant made the statement knowing it to be false, or the defendant made it so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth. The weight of that evidence is up to the fact finder. So the motion to strike is denied as to statement 2 and 3.
It's a complicated case because, like, I think what Johnny Depp ultimately has to establish, his defense team ultimately has to establish, is that, like, Amber Heard was so violent from the jump that all manner of, like, mutual abuse, as indicated by their couples counselor, was still perpetrated originally by Amber Heard, and then Johnny Depp was just reacting to it simply. And also on top of that, which is going to be difficult because the first one is not initiated by her, and it's literally personally fucking admitted by Johnny Depp to not be initiated by her, right? So that is going to be an issue. But ultimately, on top of that, no, I know what the fucking judge just explained. Judge just explained basic defamation and how that works. The elements of what Johnny Depp must have to prove is that Amber said it, that it harmed Johnny Depp, that it was false, and that she knew it was false. Okay? And she was willfully negligent and, like, didn't care and wanted to hurt him, basically, right? Like, that's basic defamation that she's describing. But also on top of that, given the events that we already know of, given all of the evidence that we already have in this he said, she said circumstance of like 14 acts of violence that the original UK court said, Johnny Depp could have perpetrated. In all of those acts of violence, ultimately what you need to fucking prove is that in order for this to be full defamation, you have to You have to basically prove that the couples counselor that said mutual abuse was actually still implying that like Amber Heard is the responsible party in all of them, in all acts of violence. Because I feel like even if there's one instance of violence that is perpetrated by Johnny Depp personally, as I believe the first ever incident on the private jet was, that is an incident where like you know, you can just basically say it's not defamation then. Now the UK court was like hyper fucking biased, and it was awful, obviously, as I've shown before. But in the American court, the responsibility is even harder. Like the burden of responsibility for proof of said things is even harder in America. Defamation is easier to prove in the UK, or libel is easy to prove in the UK. It's stacked in the favor of those who are suing for libel. In America, it's the opposite. So that's why I say the ultimate goal of this isn't to win 50 million or prove 50 million in damages and then win 50 million or whatever. The ultimate goal is to correct the record. And I think Johnny Depp is winning on that front. They're doing a really good job. I think his team is doing a very, very good job of
the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case in 60 seconds. We've heard some wild stuff during this trial. Claims that Amber in their bed and that she, not Johnny, was a physical abuser. But most people are missing the point. Johnny isn't there to prove that he was abused. He's there to prove that Amber lied about being abused. The whole case is about Amber's 2018 op-ed, where she stated, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Depp says this statement lied about him and damaged his career. But there are two major problems with Depp's case. One, the article never mentions him by name or gives any details about the abuse. It's very vague, and that helps Amber. Abuse comes in many forms, not just physical. If a jury finds that Johnny was abusive in any way, then he could lose. Two, Depp has to show that the article directly caused him to lose money, not for other reasons like substance abuse. Honestly, I think Johnny knows he might take the L here, but cares more about...
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, boys. That's why. Yup. He's not going to win. The court is just for show. Because proving all of that is really, really difficult, especially in America. But he's doing it in front of the fucking comments, or in front of the cameras.
Telling his side of the story than actually winning. With their careers at risk, ask yourself, who really decides their fates? The courthouse or the court of public opinion? Let me know in the comments.
No, it's the court of public opinion. Yeah. Dude, he literally might win the case. Dude, even if he fucking wins the case, what do you think? Amber Heard has $50 million? Like, no. How are you guys not understanding this? Also, he just literally described exactly what I've been saying, and you're still saying, like, no, actually, that's not true. He's going to win the case. Like, no, I think him winning the case is really difficult. Really, really, really difficult, especially because he himself has been abusive at times. That's the reason why Amber Heard's team tried to fucking drop it today. By saying, like, by basically stating that, you know, by stating that their own witness testimony implied that Johnny Depp was also abusive. Or not a lawyer. I mean, it doesn't matter. The lawyer here and I are in agreement completely. Even if he, for the record, even if he loses, it's still a dub, like I'm stating, and I don't know why the fuck you guys don't understand.
Okay, so this is the first.
Even if you think it's an L, it's still a dub. I don't know why you have to win this argument. I don't know. It's not that I'm winning the argument. I don't think people are understanding my position. He's winning right now. Johnny Depp is winning currently. He doesn't have to actually win the award in the trial. He doesn't have to actually win the trial at all. Okay? It's done. He's already winning. It's a major fucking dub for him because we're watching this. We're watching this. We're watching it unfold, and we are sympathizing with Johnny Depp. There are plenty of people who probably never thought about this before and unconditionally were like, why the fuck would Amber Heard lie about this shit so publicly? And most likely have changed their attitudes now. You know what I mean? The Claudia Wow Pow is so funny because, like, they're a major fucking Johnny Depp simp. Like, literally, since I started this court case, like, they've been fucking going wild. Like, it's fine. Really think he's hot, and you know, you think he's great. I get it. Like, you want your want your Captain Jack Sparrow to fucking win this court case. And, you know, probably not going to happen, but it doesn't matter because he's winning anyway. Being able to restore your image as someone who not only was not a fucking wife beater, but was the victim of domestic abuse yourself is a huge dub. In this day and age especially, who the fuck gets to do that? That never happens. You know what I mean? So it's great. Like, he's winning regardless.
This time I will kind of really get political on my page ever. It's going to hurt some feelings. As a political campaign manager, I actively work in the political system to get progressive candidates elected. It is crucial right now that you are dumping dollars, you are knocking doors, you are making phone calls for your candidates, especially in the state and Senate level. This is not a joke. I'm not fear-mongering or anything. Y'all need to get your hands dirty real quick, because this could just be the beginning. Gay rights are up next. Rights to marry who you want are up next. If y'all don't vote for progressive candidates.
Depp was definitely physical with Heard. No shot. He wasn't. Why are people simping? Dude, you have to understand the reason why people are fucking simping on Johnny Depp is because everybody likes the underdog, and they think that, and they recognize that Johnny Depp, while an imperfect person, an imperfect victim, is still the victim in that party. He is not only a victim of domestic abuse, but he's also a victim of domestic abuse who has been falsely smeared as the main perpetrator of domestic violence in that relationship where he was actually a fucking victim. Stop assuming that victims have to be perfect. Victims are not going to be perfect. Johnny Depp is not a good person across the board, okay? He has a lot of fucked up things that he's done in the past. He's also an addict, which doesn't make him a bad person, but definitely will reinforce some of the bad and toxic cycle of violence that he may have been engaging in, okay, that he may go back into. It makes it easier. I know this from my own personal experience, okay? He does not have to be a perfect victim. That doesn't change the reality that he is a victim. He is the victim of domestic abuse in the relationship, okay? Anyway, the court heard how Johnny Depp sexually assaulted Amber Heard. By the way, there's no proof for this whatsoever. And this didn't even happen, or this was never mentioned until like literally recently, for the record.
So there was a number.
Like there was never, what do you call it? This trigger warning, by the way, but this incident that they are describing, if it's the one I'm thinking of, they never actually fucking, they never, ever brought this up ever until the UK court case. For the record.
Number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess there's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing.
This isn't even the therapist. This is a person speaking on behalf of the therapist, of Amber Heard. But also, she's speaking on behalf of the therapist, right? Why is everybody saying objection hearsay in the fucking chat, dude? You're not lawyers, you fucking weirdos. Or sorry, not therapist, psychologist. The forensic, that's the psychologist, sorry. But no, she's not. She's just... The court hears Johnny Depp sexually assaulted Amber Heard. Hashtag I stand with Amber Heard. Okay. This is a funny meme. Yeah. Objection, my lord. How is that allowed to use evidence from therapists? What are you talking about? They've literally exclusively used evidence from therapists. Objection, my lord. From armchair detectives to armchair lawyers.
Accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber, and that was the problem. Amber got accused of women hitting on her, and it got accused of men hitting on her. So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused of hitting on Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search, and ostensibly was looking for drugs and felt it acceptable to rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for.
Where's proof? There's no proof. But and he says, she said situation would have to take at least her words seriously. But in this situation, she already has demonstrated a history of fucking being an unreliable narrator. But more importantly than that, she's been very detailed on incidents of violence where she was the victim of violence, right? Or she claims she was a victim of violence to the degree that she literally made shit up, right? Like things that are not consistent with what was actually happening. But she left this part out. I mean, isn't this the fucking smoking gun? Isn't this quite literally the smoking gun? Wouldn't this be the actual main thing? Why did she never bring this up when she straight up? Why did she never bring up the sexual assaults? And don't say fucking trauma, considering the reality that she literally fucking. We know for a fact that she also, in instances where like Johnny Depp was the one who was fucking abused, turned around and made herself, by exaggerating what Johnny Depp had done, turned around and made herself appear like the victim. The expert's going to get grilled for reading from her notes during a testimony. Yeah, the famous thing that she talks about, I think, is a bottle. She claimed, I remember that one. Where I think there was she said that Johnny Depp, trigger warning again, raped her with a bottle or something, I think. But again, if you are dramatically retelling events that took place to make yourself look like a bigger victim in this situation to a degree where you're literally fucking lying, right? And you are openly lying, and in the court case, your lies can be matched with body camera footage from cops, for example, right? Why would you not lie about this ahead of time? Like, documented everything. You straight up fucking lied about certain instances where you made yourself to be the victim. Why did she never mention this ahead of time?
For cocaine, thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently in the closet. Again, an act of sexual violence. And of course, the incident in Australia was one of...
Because it's harder to bring up when it's true. Are you really giving shit to a victim? Yes, she's also a victim for not coming forward sooner. I mean, you have to understand that part of this conversation that we're having currently is literally around whether she is a responsible and reliable narrator of events that took place. And out of the 14 incidents, including ones where she was like personally fucking violent, I would go so far as to say no. Like she is not a responsible nor reliable orator. So it's not that wild for me to come on, man, that's some bad stuff. You think people are gonna make that up? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like she pretty much, according to multiple fucking witnesses, was brutalizing Johnny Depp regularly in the relationship, and yet still turned around and was like, I was the victim of domestic violence, literally on record, caught in 4K, straight up was saying, who's going to believe you, Johnny? Who's going to believe that you were violent with me? You're a big man. I mean, who's going to believe that I was violent with you? You're a big man. Yeah, I hit you, but go ahead, be a baby and fucking tell people that it was a fair fight. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, totally. That, like, who would say that shit, right? That's fucking crazy. Except she did say that and we heard it. So it's a little bit difficult for me to you know, assume that everything she's saying is like completely true when she's openly stating that like she has done physical abuse to Johnny Depp, and also on top of that has like literally goaded him into recognizing that in a patriarchal construct, that you know, in a patriarchal society, people are not going to believe male victims of domestic abuse. The more you talk about it, the worse it sounds. I mean, but that's the truth. I mean, guys, you have literally a couples counselor that treated both of them openly state that Amber Heard routinely start fights with Johnny Depp when Johnny Depp was trying to physically avoid Amber Heard. And she did not hold back from escalating to physical confrontation because a physical fight would still be better than Johnny Depp leaving. Johnny Depp regularly tried to fucking leave. Okay, when you hear that from their fucking couples counselor that was treating both of them, or when you hear that like Amber Heard's own friend who's a fucking nurse who has no reason to lie about this whatsoever and has reason to lie on behalf of Amber Heard say that in one of the instances of domestic violence, supposed acts of domestic violence where Amber Heard was like brutally beaten mercilessly by Johnny Depp and had her nose broken and had the bed frame broken and all this shit. And her nurse friend walks into the house and takes notes on Amber Heard in that incident and does and in her notes says, I don't see any visible bruising or anything like that. Well, that's a little fucking, you know, it gives you a little bit more cause for concern, right? I think. I know that domestic violence and domestic abuse can be hidden in plain sight in many different ways, right? I totally understand that. But you also have to recognize that like there is a capability. This does not mean anything like at the systemic level, but there is a capability for someone to potentially lie and make themselves present themselves like the victim of domestic violence when they themselves are the one who is perpetrating domestic violence. That's why I said we're going to talk about women's rights in the form of abortion, and then we're going to talk about women's wrongs in the form of Amber Heard later today, okay? All of a sudden, we're talking about women's wrongs, and you don't want to talk about that. Now, I'm joking. This is not an indication of anything systemic, okay? If anything, this is an indication, again, of one of the other ways that patriarchy hurts men as well. This is why people don't believe men when they come out as victims. This is why people belittle men when they come out as victims. Okay? Do you understand? Amber Heard being not a great person and being an abusive person does not magically all of a sudden turn all of the incidents of violence against women into justifiable acts of violence. It doesn't magically all of a sudden make abusive, predatory pieces of shit look good. You have to be an actual psychopath to think that this court case is an indication of anything but simply just this court case. And if you want to take out any kind of systemic analysis from this court case, the only analysis that you should be taking out is that in a patriarchal society, women can, in certain instances, be abusive and then turn around and take advantage of the patriarchal constructs that make it so hard to hear men as victims. Okay? That's it. And that's the truth. That is, once again, the patriarchy hurting men, just like white supremacy hurts white people. In ways that are not immediate, and in this situation, patriarchy is hurting men, men who do have the capability of being victim, and yet people don't. Okay, I think you mean matriarchy. What? First of all, we don't live in like some fucking tribal society that is completely devoid of outside contact. One of like the 3 matriarchal societies that ever existed throughout history. Okay, no, I mean patriarchy. It's men's fault that men can't be. It's men's fault that men can be victims or can't be victims. I know that a lot of fucking incels hear me say this and get mad, and they go, "It's men's fault." Yeah, it's not you in that situation. It's other men. But it's a system that we have designed that is hurting us. You can see a similar concept in, like, again, it is a patriarchal construct that women are incapable of paying for their own salaries or paying their own way throughout society. It's literally, there's historical precedent for it. But there's a specific reason why even when women are still capable of holding a job and having a job, that men sometimes end up footing the bill. That's patriarchal, but it is a remnant of antiquated beliefs. And new analysis might be necessary on a case-by-case basis, but that's where that still comes from. And if you're a fucking dumbass incel, you probably should understand that. Doesn't mean that it's matriarchal or anything like that. Nice that you easily overlook reactive abuse and self-defense. Mutual abuse is not a thing. Also, Johnny's lied over 80 times on stand. Just wait till Amber's team presents their whole case. Nice that I overlook reactive abuse and self-defense. You do realize that that's precisely what Johnny Depp's team is saying, right? Like, mutual abuse in this instance is actually being helpful to Amber Heard, in my opinion, instead of saying reactive and defensive abuse, which is what Johnny Depp was doing, saying that the abuse was mutual. So, you know. Leftist multi-millionaire, by the way. What? Wait. Where is he coming from? Why did he say that? What does an incel have anything to do with this case? Leftist multi-millionaire, by the way. Dude, that's awesome. My biggest haters love talking about how successful I am. It's so fucking weird, dude. Like, we live in a planet where the left magically and automatically means you're a fucking loser. So much so that fucking losers will literally come in and be like, dude, you're a leftist multimillionaire. I mean, that's awesome. That's super cool that so many people just willingly agree that that's just a good own.
The most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I hate you, I'm going to fucking kill you, and he grabbed a bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle. And Miss Heard reported to me of dissociating and going outside of her body, and the only thing she was thinking is, oh God, I hope it's not the broken one.
Heart attacks, so everyone can get healthcare. By the way, yeah, I know. Women can benefit from and uphold patriarchy as well. Some women vote against abortion rights. Shit is way more nuanced than people want to think. Yeah. Why don't you give your money away? I already do, like to your mom after I had sex with her last night. Oh, also, she has COVID now because I had COVID. Get owned, nerd. How is this not just hearsay? I mean, it's all hearsay, dude. Of course, it's a fucking he said, she said situation, right? Where everything, like everything is going to be her accounts against his accounts, right? That's it. And then in some of the instances, there are, there's like a little bit of fucking testimony that you can get from witnesses. But other than that, for the most part, is just what Amber Heard is saying versus what Johnny Depp is saying. Is it a good thing for this case to be live? I think so far it's been pretty decent. Why do I think so far it's been pretty decent? Because I think that Johnny Depp has been able to get his side to be heard. It's not hearsay because she's an expert witness. Wait, what? No, it's still she's still recounting what Amber Heard told her. She's claiming that this is what Amber Heard told her. Check out Lawyer Limar on TikTok. She does a great job of covering the case daily from videos from the court. Okay, show me. Give me a clip. Not just men are affected by the stupid notion that women are unable to become abusers. It's also bi and lesbian women too. It was tough for me to even admit to myself I was being abused, much less report the person to the authorities. First time I ever spoke about it, people dismissed it and said it was just her being hysterical. Heard a couple times that a conversation would solve it. Haha, lol. So yeah, and honestly, fuck Amber and what she represents. Sure, but expert witnesses can't do hearsay. No, I'm saying, okay. My point is that it's still Amber's side. It's just, you know, it's still he said, she said in that situation. It's just someone claiming that Amber's side is someone on Amber's side, on Amber's team, or a witness on Amber's, a witness that Amber's team presented, relaying information from her side. Ultimately, there's no additional proof. She wasn't there. That's what I'm saying. It's an expert opinion, or it's an expert testimony. So it's not like, it doesn't, I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, she will be cross-examined plus no proof of her story being true. Exactly. That's how it always works, though. Then they're going to undermine her credibility when in cross-examination. And that's it. I didn't have an opinion on this before, but it seems like the definition of terms is the issue of the mutual abuse thing. According to many relationship abuse experts, mutual abuse is an oxymoron. Experts question the phrase mutual abuse after testimony in Depp Heard trial. The phrases mutual abuse and reactive abuse fail to account for the power dynamic in abusive relationships, some experts say. Irrelevant question. Do you have any podcasts, Rex? I listen to too many NPR Lib podcasts while I work out. I always listen to the Lib podcasts. It angers me. That's what keeps me going. The anger I feel at the bottom of my heart. Amber Heard reported bloody bruise, alleged lip bruising. Amber Heard reported bipolar disorder and eating. Are these from today, chat? Amber Heard's former nurse, Erin Fatale, testifies in court. Yeah, okay, let's see this one.
Do you have, I'm just looking at my nursing notes. It looks like August 27th, 2014. Okay, so can we please pull up the nursing notes, which I believe are Exhibit 2? Okay, I'd like to, while we have this...
Bro, what the fuck is she wearing, dude? Sorry, this is not a sexist take at all. I know you're going to be like, bro, why does she look like a conductor, dude? What is happening? I didn't even fucking realize. What is that? I mean, it's kind of drippy. Like, honestly, it is kind of drippy, but why is she out here looking like fucking Count Chocula, dude? What the fuck? I've never seen lapels like that. Shit looks like a whale tail, dude. Oh my God. Why does she look like she's at the Magic Castle after the court case? She's going to go up in the Magic Castle and do some fucking card tricks and shit. Was it laundry day at the fucking Heard residence? Did Eve Fartlow fart all over her clothes?
Document up, I'd like to go through this section that's called client history. Do you see what I'm referring to? Yes. Was the information in this paragraph self-reported to you by Ms. Heard? I just have a quick moment to review that and then I can answer that question. Certainly. Thank you.
Bro, she literally looks like she's like, hey, can we wrap this up? I got the Philharmonic later. Straight up. Motherfucking Pagliacci looking ass, dude. What is happening? Straight up, she's got the clown is me. I'm Pagliacci, Mr. Therapist bit. She missed the Met Gala.
So, to answer that question, I believe this was information given to me from Ms. Heard. I'm not positive, but I can say that anytime I refer or begin a sentence with client states or client reports, those I can confirm, I received that information from the client. As far as in totality, I would assume most information came from Ms. Heard, but I can't rule out that I didn't get any information from the treating physician in preparation either.
And I think you, would this information have been relayed to you at that first meeting with Ms. Heard?
This information, if it was information I received from Dr. Kipper, I would have had that information probably prior to meeting her. But anytime that I said states and I can confirm that I got that information, I would assume that it was sometime within the first day or two of meeting her, because I usually take a client history when I meet a client.
Put out a couple more sentences. It says, AH reports history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. CT client report.
You love referencing Pagliacci? Do you feel a kindred spirit with the character? Yes. I am the sad clown. And also, I got fucking pipes, dude, just like Pagliacci. Pagliaccio! You see that? Dude, out of nowhere, I'll just fucking bust it. And before you know it, you're like, what the fuck? Was that Pavarotti? What the fuck? What just happened? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All of a sudden, you go from Instagram voice to Pavarotti voice, you know? What the fuck? Put on that Amber Heard outfit and you're ready to rock? Yeah. You scared the fuck out of me, bro? Yeah, Amber Heard got me acting different. Amber Heard got me acting like Pavarotti. Just blew the damn AirPods out of my ears, dude. Yeah, well, just like this top of the hour ad break's gonna blow your fucking lid off, dude. You know what I'm saying? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or you can do that for free. For the Twitch Prime, that is. As long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription. Oops, I burped. One free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer, me. Hasan sings Pavarotti. And also, I got fucking pipes, dude. Just like Pagliacci. Pagliaccio! You see that? Dude, out of nowhere, I'll just fucking bust it. And that. Yep. Thank you, Small Trans, for the 5 gifted subs. I'm in the pocket of big trans and small trans. You know what I'm saying? Small trans, big trans, all kinds of trans. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Damn, bro, the cops just showed up at my door. Say they got a noise complaint. You're grassroots trans. The Constitution is made up. The Supreme Court is made up. We could literally push all those old people down a flight of stairs. We're literally all choosing to play by these dumb rules. I do not condone. I condemn. The Salesforce Tower climber made it all the way up. Oh, that's sick, dude. I'm glad. This is why I'm so depressed about the Roe thing. People don't realize what it did besides help women. I don't like this argument. It's a bit of a, it's almost kind of eugenics adjacent. That's why it's an argument that stayed in 2011 and no one talks about it anymore. Have I ran any ads? Yeah, I did. I did run the ad. This guy on TikTok thinks this could all be the starting point of the second Civil War. Wait, what?
I hate to say it, but I was right. Or I am right.
I mean, homie's got this shirt on, dude. You know he's right. No, you know.
Because if they overturn Roe v. Wade, it could be the Dred Scott decision.
Bro, this is... Wait. Chatter, this is you. You just posted your own fucking TikTok. This has 10 likes on it. Did you just post your own fucking soy-facing, Marvel-loving TikTok in here? Or wait, it's not Marvel, it's DC. Fuck, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, you are literally the... Oh, soy! Soy! It's DC, it's not Marvel, soy! I got you! That's what you sound like when you do that. It's DC, not Marvel! Oh. Fucking got him, dude! Oh, that's awesome. Do you even read comic books, dude? What the fuck? This footage of you surely won't be used in hilarious ways. Whatever, dude. I knew. Listen, as a man, okay, why are you as a man ever doing soy face on the internet when you know it will be used against you, okay? Well, guess what, dude? I'll withstand the soy accusations, okay? I will defeat the soy allegations. U.S. needs to split again. The left can have the contiguous U.S. The right can have Florida. Alaska and Hawaii can go back to their respective indigenous populations. My lord, please do not bully us as peasants. What? What do you mean? Check this tweet. It is the opinion of the court that you no longer have a constitutional right to safe legal abortions, but don't worry, this is still America. If you don't want to have a kid, just send them to a school or movie theater or shopping mall or a house of worship. A mass shooter will surely take them out of your hands eventually. That's kind of dark, but not bad. Not bad. Do VA for video next. For a video next, it would be great. Oh, you mean voice acting? I love how there was like a 3-year period where Marvel fans weren't treated like total fucking losers. Dude, it's what the Marvel fans did in that 3-year period that made them permanently go back to shut the fuck up loser category. They literally thought they were jocks for like that 3-year period and became so relentless and so annoying that like I totally am in support. As someone who read comic books his entire fucking life and like never really had an outlet, like a safe outlet to be like, oh my God, there's other people that love this shit too. Like I never had that. I grew up in Turkey, so I never had that whole like healthy fucking nerdy space where I could like nerd out with other people that like the same things. Okay. And let me tell you, like, holy shit, you deserve to be bullied. What the fuck? I mean, not you, but you know what I mean? Some of these motherfuckers deserve to be bullied a little bit. This grown ass dude breaking down the nerd jock dynamic. I mean, yeah. You think being a Marvel nerd was cool before 2010? No, it wasn't. I'm saying that it wasn't. And then there was a brief period where like Marvel was popping off with like mainstream box office successes, and that got the Marvel nerds acting out. You know what I mean? They just like fucking went buck wild. Like they were fucking soy facing too hard. They were soy facing like they thought they were jocks. And jocks themselves are fucking annoying and relentless too. Don't get me wrong. They're just weebs for sport. No, the George Carlin video on abortion we just watched. Should I fucking lose my mind at Ben Shapiro? I don't think so. I don't want to. QD is right. You hate everything that's not pussy. I mean, dude. First of all, I don't even like pussy. Okay? I don't like anything. Don't like anything. The right is very smugly assured that the left will commit an insurrection because of Roe with the self-assurance of a toddler that everybody does it. They'll be surprised when the storming is at the ballot box. God, I fucking hate liberals so much. So much. They're so fucking annoying. More Perfect Union study about this. Overturning Roe v. Wade is class warfare. Financial hardship is the most common reason people seek an abortion. 51% of women in landmark Turnaway study were below the federal poverty line when they sought an abortion. 76% lacked the funds to cover basic living expenses. Women who were denied wanted abortion were nearly 4x times as likely to live below the poverty line 4 years later as women who receive one, according to the Turnaway study. Restricting access to abortion pushes people further into poverty. Abortion restrictions create extra financial and logistical burdens that fall predominantly on low-income people, people of color, and minors, of course. Many low-income women report delaying or foregoing paying utility bills or rent for buying food in order to pay for an abortion. 54% of women in the Turnaway study reported that having to raise money delayed, or in some cases prevented, their obtaining care. After being denied an abortion, women were 3 times as likely to be unemployed than women who obtained abortions. It took 4 years for those who denied an abortion to catch up to employment levels of the women who received one. Like, childbearing and pregnancy is a really costly endeavor in a society that unfortunately doesn't make it easy for women. And it doesn't even make it easy for women in relationships. And God forbid would it ever make it easy for women who are alone and not in relationships. So that's one way that, you could lower the number of abortions, I think, across the board. One way that you could lower the number of abortions is obviously sex ed at an age. Another sex ed at an early age will help people understand contraceptives and also use contraceptives in a safe and accessible way, obviously. Distribution of contraceptives is important. Another thing that the Republicans are against. Okay? And lastly, making reproductive health services readily available to people at all of these different states would be the final part of the puzzle. If conservatives wanted to reduce the number of abortions that happen in America, these are the 3 immediate steps that they could take. Widely accessible and free reproductive health care services, contraceptives, also widely accessible and free, if available, comprehensive sex ed at an early age would greatly diminish the number of abortions. And then lastly, financial help for people carrying pregnancies to term. But conservatives literally fucking take all 4 of those things and advocate for the opposite of it. And then they fucking turn around and they're like, oh, more abortions are happening, fuck you. And then they want to and they want to punish people who do end up getting abortions. They don't care about reducing abortions. They just want to jail people who do it. Yeah, I agree, but they act like they do. I'm just saying that's something that you can mention to them.